Hello, good morning, and Konnichiwa. After our successful event for day one, now we are proceeding towards day two. And we have wonderful lineup of discussions, cultural events, talk shows for today's in our today's agenda. To begin with, I'd like to request all our audience that please visit konnichiwa.ijbc.org. There you will find two stages. Every day we are running two stages, stage one, stage two. You can get the schedule for both the stages in our website. And depending on what you want to watch, you can click on the single link and go there. So, and please keep switching between stage one, stage two, because some of the events in stage one, some of you might not be really liking. You can go to the stage two. Some of people who are attending stage two, they have interesting items in stage one. Please keep switching. So with this initial note, let me just quickly take you through our today's agenda. So right now, as I'm talking with you here on stage one, we have a wonderful program going on in stage two. So Professor Manobu Koiso will be giving a presentation on stone bed necklace of Nagas. So what we have done today in the first half, stage one, we have a Northeast India specific corridor, and there we will be taking you through multiple cultural aspects of Northeast India region. So at the same time, let me quickly take you through for stage one, all the programs of stage one, and then we'll come back to stage two. But for now, whoever is interested in stage two, please switch to stage two, and you will find another program going on there. So on stage one, starting 10:30, we have a keynote by Saito Mitsunori-san of JICA. Then we have keynote by Yogendra Puranik-san, followed by kimono wearing demo and a talk on change management for Japanese manufacturing companies in India. After that, today's first half, stage one, last session for the morning part is India and Japan, an unbreakable bond. It will be a panel discussion moderated by Ms. Nupur Tiwari, and panelists are Dr. Satoru Nagao, Major General Dr. G.D. Bakshi, Professor Rajiv Shah, and Mr. Tomio Ishibai. At the same time, for morning session stage two, as I already told you, currently we are having one program by Professor Manobu Koiso. That will be followed by another very interesting concept. So shiitake mushroom, many of you might already be knowing about shiitake mushroom. So Dr. Sonam Longkumar will be telling us about pure oak-wood organic shiitake mushroom farming from Nagaland. That will be followed by kiwi wine making from Arunachal Pradesh. It will be done by Tagarita-san. Then we have one lecture by All Nippon Airways. That will be followed by a sponsor presentation where CEO of Transfonite will be speaking about their organization. So this is stage two morning session. Now coming back to stage one and the evening session, we have an interesting panel discussion to start with between 3 to 4. It is challenges in business development between India and Japan. That will be followed by an author interview, Ms. Pallavi Iyer will be interviewed by our President Siddharth Deshmukh. for the book Orienting an Indian in Japan. That will be followed by Japan Experience and Opportunities by Mr. Nixon Joseph. And then we have two cultural programs. One is a Furushiki demo, which will be followed by Kathak dance by Miss Hiroko Sarasa. This is stage one evening session. Now, let us come back to stage two evening session. From 3 to 4, we have a demonstration of karate by Daichi Martial Arts Academy, which will be followed by a very interesting talk by Mr. Bhupender Singh, impact of RCEP and other FTAs on India-Japan trade relationship. This is also interesting program. Then we will come back to again more on cultural side, and we have a talk on Ometo National, and that will be followed by the art of slow cooking of Naga delicacies by Miss Sentila Yangar. So this is what we have you can see that we have a wonderful mix of events today, number of good talks followed by cultural events. So with this, I would like to request all of you to visit our website, be live on YouTube, and let's hope for a wonderful day ahead. We will come back again on stage one. For now, you can switch to stage two, and we will come back again on stage one at 10:30 a.m. And we have Saito-san with us to talk about JICA's plan, India plan. Thank you. Hello, everyone. So today in the first, we have another 10-15 minutes to go for Saito-san's message. Let us introduce with all of you our today's host for the program, stage one, stage two. I already explained you about stage one, stage two. So in stage one, we have Dhanasri-san. Dhanasri-san, would you like to just come here? And on stage two, we have Shefali-san.
Hello, konnichiwa.
So now I would like to request Dhanasri-san to tell about her experience with Japan, and that will be followed by Shefali-san, and then we will have a round of discussion. So Dhanasri-san, please.
Minasan konnichiwa. Konnichiwa Pune, yokoso. Welcome to Konnichiwa Pune. This is Dhanasri Santa. I am working currently as an interpreter project coordinator. But prior to that, I started my journey with Japanese in 2013. And after that, since 5 years, I learned my Japanese, and then I got a chance to go to Fukushima for an internship for 3 months. Then after that, I got more interest in Japanese language, and I started learning in Timavi as a BA student. I got an opportunity again for 1 year in Hiroshima University. I studied Japanese language and Japanese culture, advanced Japanese culture in Hiroshima University for 1 year, and came back in 2018. And I started working as an interpreter. Today, I will be drive you with all these interesting sessions, and I'm really looking forward to it. Dozo minasan yoroshiku onegai shimasu. I'll hand it over to Ms. Shefali.
Thank you. Thank you, Dhanasri-san. Now I would like to request Shefali-san to say a few words. Shefali-san is our member, and also many of you might be already following Fireside Chats, IJBC Fireside Chats. So that is a brainchild of Shefali-san, and she will be speaking more about it. Shefali-san, please.
Hello everyone, my name is Shefali, and I'm not as good in Japanese as Dhanasri-san, so I'll be talking in English. Yes, I'm the member of IJBC, and we have recently started with Fireside Chat with Shefali. It's a unique show which we are presenting. We try to cater different segment in which we can specifically uh, call different type of people from India and Japan, where we can have a chat, informal, casual, and more inclusive sort of chat with people working in different segment, different industry. So yes, it's all about fireside chat, and okay, that's it. So I'll ask Abhishek San to take over from here.
Thank you, Shefali-san. So in fact, one interesting fact is that during this event, we were interacting with many people, many entrepreneurs across. And you will not believe we could find entrepreneurs who have young entrepreneurs who have studied studied Japanese language, went to Japan on scholarships, on MEC scholarship, and then they came back to India and started their own ventures. So one venture is in the one is a food restaurant, Japanese food restaurant in Pune, and then you have Dhanasri San. She herself is doing interpreters work and project management. So they will be featuring in our next fireside chats. So just to set the context, let me quickly take you through once again. Yesterday, I talked about the IJBC, its concept, and Konnichiwa Pune and its concepts. Let me just quickly take you through once again to some of those things, because many people might have joined today. So IJBC actually started in the year 2011. It was founded by Mr. Yashwant Gharpure. So Mr. Yashwant Gharpure, Mr. Siddharth Deshmukh, and many our lifetime and patron members joined together, and then they decided that yes, there is a vacuum and we need to fill it. And the vacuum is basically there is people-to-people connection missing. And we believe, and in fact, yesterday we have seen that our ambassador Sanjay Kumar Verma ji and others already mentioned that there is a real need that we know each other, Indians and Japanese, the more they will be able to start interacting on formal and informal level, then formal connections will start building on. So considering all these aspects, Mr. Gharpure ji and his team started this organization, IJBC. Since then, till 2018, we were doing a lot of small events. And our main aim as a bilateral chamber of commerce is to promote trade and commerce. But we have realized that promoting trade and commerce you cannot promote only trade and commerce through getting people only from the trade and commerce community. You need to bring in a lot of other people. And as the motto is people to people connect, then we started believing that we should bringing in a lot of cultural aspects into it. Educational system. So everybody is talking about demographic dividend. The big advantage of India is the demographic dividend, and we can give skilled manpower to the whole world, and Japan is definitely not an exception for this. So considering all this fact, we started believing this, yes, trade, commerce, culture, and education, everything has to be the part of the organization. We should be promoting not only pure trade or pure business conversation, all this should come together as a bouquet of offerings. And that's how this concept of Konnichiwa Pune started in the year 2018. So when Konnichiwa Pune started in the year 2018, it was a humble beginning. We had our first event placed at a university campus Tilak Maharashtra Vidyapith. So Pune is known for its love for Japanese language. You will see that the maximum number of students coming out of Pune city, and Pune University and Tilak Maharashtra Vidyapith are the pioneer organizations, other than JNU and other universities, that who is delivering this dedicated courses for Japanese language. So uh, we requested Tilak Maharashtra Vidyapith, and we got their premise to use, and we started with our first Konnichiwa Pune in 2018. First Konnichiwa Pune was a success, and then our ambition started growing. And then we decided, okay, fine. Next year, we have to do it much bigger. So 2019, we went ahead with a 3 days event, 1 full day of business discussions, and that is followed by 2 days of food and cultural events at a big mall, Phoenix Mall in Pune. So overall, 3 days, mesmerizing events. We enjoyed, everyone enjoyed, we connected with many people. We started discussing many things, and that's how 2019 we started thinking about 2020 Konnichiwa Pune and all. But then started this unfortunate year of 2020, and COVID-19 actually ruined all our future plans. To aggravate the situation, uh, we lost our earlier president, Shrikant Atreji. So Shrikant Atreji was instrumental to take this Konnichiwa Pune ahead and bringing these people to people connect. But last year, November, we lost him, and that was a really bad time for us. Due to COVID-19, we could not help Konnichiwa Pune. It was already on the back foot, and then we lost Atreji, so we were at a really bad stage. Starting this year, 2021, under leadership of Siddharth San, we decided that yes, this year we have to go ahead with Konnichiwa Pune again. But the question is, Konnichiwa Pune is these days it's November 3rd week is almost fixed for last 3 years, last 3 editions. So till November, we really don't know what is going to happen. Will it be completely open or not? Then we decided, okay, fine, let's go all virtual. So it was our initial thought, we will go all virtual. Well, it is definitely known that you cannot go completely offline. That's not going to happen in, say, lifetime. My personal belief is that now events will be hybrid, and there will be more participation offline, and there will be more discussions online also, but it will not be only offline event. As we progress along, we started realizing just 2 months back that okay, fine, things are. I mean, COVID situation is getting better, and we will probably be able to take Konnichiwa Pune to at least not completely offline, but a hybrid mode. And this is our first hybrid event this year. This year, Konnichiwa Pune is a first hybrid event. So if we see the journey, 2018, very small event at a university campus. 2018 university campus. 2020 at Maharashtra Chamber of Commerce. First day was held at Seminar Hall in Maharashtra Chamber of Commerce, and then 2 days at Phoenix Mall. So completely offline. And this year we are moving towards this hybrid. So we are this is a studio. We are sitting here and running majority of the shows, and many people are already joining us. I can see Saito-san is already joined. So Saito-san is joined from his place. So this brings in the flexibility to the whole system, that we can get think tanks on board to discuss, who won't be able to travel if it would have been an offline event. And also it gives us a pleasure that we are connecting with the bigger mass. And that's probably the reason that this time Konnichiwa Pune, if you see, we have close to 60 plus speakers and performers. And it's not that people are from India and Japan only. There are people from even speaking at this point in time when I'm talking to you, there are people who will be conversating with us from Germany, Spain, and other places. So that's a big success, I believe, partly because of COVID-19 and partly because of our hard work and definitely Siddharth's vision. And this year, what we have done, last time, as I already told, one dedicated day for business and two dedicated days for food culture and education. This time, what we have realized that okay, fine, let's change the event a little together, and we will be able to. I mean, whoever wants to join the business session, they will be joining business session. Whoever wants to join a light moment at the cultural moment, they can move to the cultural moment. And I think you might have already seen the. Yesterday we had this wonderful tea ceremony by Kazukubari Sik-san and Isogai-san, and it was really nice. I at least I personally enjoyed that. Then we had origami demo yesterday. Then we had Ikebana. So all these things are going on today, as I already told you, we have today furushiki furushiki demonstration, and we have Kathak dance from Japanese born artist Hiroko Sara-san. We have a dedicated Northeast corridor where you will be able to learn how to cook some Naga cuisine. We have talk shows where you will be able to see people how farming shiitake mushroom farming, as well as making wine from kiwi. So all these things. So it's a variety of things combining to one particular platform for everyone, starting from a child till a big businessman. This platform, with this platform, we are providing food for thought for everyone. So this is all about IGBC and Konnichiwa Pune, and we are, as far as future is concerned, we are thinking really big for next year. Yesterday, Siddharthan already shared about our vision. And just a couple of pointers is that we're creating one of the largest bilingual directory. Jetro is already publishing the list of Japanese organizations in India. We're trying to build onto it. And last but not the least, next year we will be celebrating 70 years of Indo Japan relations, and for that we are trying to conceive one physical event each quarter. So these are still thoughts. We will be deliberating on all these issues, but just giving you some heads up. And there could be that virtual. There will be more virtual and maybe a few offline events or hybrid mode events next year from IGBC. That is it for now. A few minutes of pause, and then I'll be introducing Saito-san, and then we will listen to him and his thoughts about India, Japan, and investments in India. Thank you. So let me quickly introduce Saito-san to the audience, and then we are eagerly waiting to listen to you.
Thank you.
So Saito Mitsunari-san is Chief Representative India Office for Japan International Cooperation Agency, abbreviated as JICA, and popularly known as JICA also. Saito-san joined the Overseas Economic Cooperation Fund of Japan in 1995, starting his assignments as representative at Kenya office between 2001 and 2003. He has vast experience in infrastructure financing and capacity development support in African countries such as Egypt, Nigeria, Morocco, Kenya, Rwanda, and Sudan. In India, he first worked in a project for machine modernization of Coal India Limited in 1998. and was later assigned as representative at India office in 2006. During his 4-year tenure in Delhi, he was engaged with various projects like Delhi Metro Rail Phase 2, Bilaspur Jaipur Water Supply Project, and Tamil Nadu Afforestation Project. He was also involved in the formulation of metro projects in Mumbai, Kolkata, Chennai in August 2021. He was appointed as Chief Representative at JICA India office. He graduated in 1995 with BA in Law from Tokyo University. With this introduction, let us open the floor for Saito-san. Saito-san, please, all yours.
Right. Firstly, I would like to express my gratitude to Indo Japan Business Council and the Consulate General of Japan in Mumbai for giving this great privilege and pleasure to make a key presentation on this occasion of Konnichiwa Pune. It would be wonderful to us if we could make a small contribution, if any, to strengthen the friendship, business ties, cultural ties of two countries, which is, I think, slightly affected by the ongoing pandemic. So I look forward to, I very much look forward to making presentation next year, right in front of you in Pune.
Yes. Absolutely. Saito-san, you are again mute.
Okay, so now I'm getting into a presentation. JICA's vision, current, and the future. I will show the slide. Wait a minute.
Can you share the slide, or let me just check. We will enable the sharing. So, oh, it's enabled. Okay.
Okay.
It's enabled. The sharing is enabled. You can share the screen.
Oh, no. Okay, okay. Today's the title is JICA's India Vision, Current and Future. Today, contents comprises of 4 items. Number 1, JICA's policy and activities in India. Secondly, our response to COVID-19 since last year. Thirdly, I'd like to present some projects in Maharashtra. And finally, I'd like to share with you about our cooperation transaction with private sector. Number 1 is policy activities. Before starting, I think it's better to briefly tell you what we are, what JICA is, and what JICA does. JICA is the governmental agency of Japan that coordinates official development assistance, ODA. So foreign assistance of government of Japan is channeled through 2 windows, bilateral assistance and multilateral assistance. While multilateral assistance is channeled through intergovernmental bodies like World Bank, UN agencies, majority of bilateral assistance, which is a government-to-government support, is currently implemented by JICA. And we have roughly speaking, 3 types of tools, namely technical cooperation, grant aid, and ODA loan or investment. So let's say financing as a whole. So this is the overview of the policy framework in which JICA operates in India. As you are aware, and as you can see on the left side of the slide,
Excuse me, Saito-san.
no, India expects to realize its commitment to Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, while tackling various challenges in its economic and social development.
Excuse me,
Firstly,
Saito-san. Saito-san,
okay.
excuse me. Actually, I believe this is not moving. The slides are not moving.
Now I'm on slide 5.
Yeah, so but it's still on slide 2, the content slide. Let me check. Okay, we may want to reshare. Will that work?
Are you still on slide page 2?
Yes.
Hello.
Yeah, it is still on the content page. You may want to just reshare. Sometimes it works that way.
Okay. How is it?
Yes. It is working now. Yes.
Okay, so now we are on page 5. So on the left side,
Also, you can do it slideshow. I think if you do it slideshow, it will keep moving.
Okay. So if, as you can see on the left side of this slide, India faces various challenges, various agendas in its.
I think this is fine. I think we can. This is all good.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you very much.
So different challenges like urbanization, industrial development, inclusive rural growth. Urbanization, it's an unstoppable trend, and you need appropriate infrastructure and social services to accommodate massive inflow of people. Also, India has to sustain livelihood of 140 crore population. To keep up with population growth, you need to create more jobs by accelerating the ongoing industrial development in sustainable manner. And you need to secure decent income and welfare of rural population in an inclusive manner. And another big challenge, although it's not clearly shown here, is of course climate change. Already we see the impact of global warming everywhere, like extreme weather, natural disaster impacting agriculture and the social lives of people. I think Prime Minister Modi, realizing this imminent threat, made a commitment to achieve zero carbon emission by 2070 at Glasgow recently. But we all know that India will have to come up with a tangible, realistic scenario to realize this respectable commitment. Well, JICA is here to bring support to government's efforts in tackling those daunting challenges in line with policies and initiatives of the government. On the other hand, Japan's assistance policy for India, set out by our government, as shown in the right side of the slide, has basically 3 pillars. One is sustainable and inclusive growth as a nation and enrich local context. Number 2 is strengthening industrial competitiveness. Industry here is not limited to big manufacturing. Or it all includes agriculture or small and medium enterprises. Number 3 is enhancement of connectivity. In other words, making movement of people and goods more efficient and to sustain competitiveness and the people's access to public services. So these are broad 3 pillars of Japan's policy. So JICA is providing various support in line with these policy directions, as well as Indian government's policies and direct initiatives in infrastructure development in urban areas for water, sanitation, rail, transport, etc. And also development of national backbone railway network, private sector development, support for competitive agriculture, and overarching target is, of course, health and education of people. And here the overview of our operation for India in terms of figures, highlighting each tool of assistance. I mean, soft loan, grant aid, technical cooperation. As for soft loan, which occupies the largest part of our support for India, JICA has been providing 4.4 lakh crores since 1958. But yeah, I'd like to highlight a recent transaction volume as shown in the middle. In 2020 alone, we made the commitment of nearly 24,000 crore rupees. This volume is larger than any other country of the world. So you can see India is JICA's oldest and largest development partner. The large pie chart shown in the center of the slide shows to which sector this financing is going. It spawns several sectors like transportation, energy, water, sanitation, agriculture. But if you look at the transport sector, having a largest proportion, 66%, you can see more details on the small pie chart on the right. There you can see our rail metro project, metro railway projects, dedicated freight corridor, DFC, and HSR stands for high-speed railway projects. So these are our big tickets. Together with these big-scale infrastructure projects, currently approximately 100 ODA loans and the technical cooperation and the grant aid projects are under execution in India. In technical cooperation, though our activities currently affected by COVID-19, in the year 2019, before the pandemic, we were able to dispatch about 260 Japanese experts to India and welcomed about 270 trainees from India to Japan in the sectors like agriculture, water, sanitation, many sectors. So these are the overview of what we are, what we do. Now changing slightly topic, I'd like to share how JICA responded to COVID-19 in India over these 2 years. But before that, I'd like to convey my sincere condolences to those who lost lives by the pandemic, and also pay homage to all medical staff who has been tirelessly fighting on the front line still today. I also take the opportunity to give big hands to India's remarkable achievement of 100 crore vaccine doses last month, which is really the bright side of the things, which really demonstrated to the whole world were the power of the people, the power of the government of India. So I think this slide is basically toward the audience from Japan, as all Indian friends, colleagues today here actually went through it. So I don't get into detail, but right after the start of pandemic, government of India implemented the massive lockdown and what is called now the first wave came in September last year, followed by the further devastating second wave, where daily new cases exceeded 400,000 per day. JICA took initial reactive measures in project sites, introducing hand washing facilities, distributions of personal protective equipment to prevent infection. But in the face of prolonged pandemic, the government of India requested support to the world, and JICA, like others, quickly reacted and provided 2 sets of budgetary support loans totaling 5.5 crores rupees roughly. The money is aimed to help the government of India's various activities in its fight against the pandemic, like rollout of telemedicine, development of health information reporting system, hospital facility improvement, etc. Also, the fund is expected to be utilized for supports to especially vulnerable groups strongly affected by the pandemic, as well as subsequent economic crisis. Our support was not limited to money, actually. JICA also provided 300 oxygen concentrators, which were very much lacking, especially in the second wave time. They were distributed to hospitals in Tamil Nadu, Kerala, and other states, and currently being used for the patients of the disease pandemic. Another initiative with not direct support is research activities. Unprecedented pandemic has been putting various negative impacts on everyone, including medical staff or the vulnerable peoples of society. We would like to know, we need to know how differently the pandemic affected them, and how better we can protect them differently in possible next waves of COVID-19.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Excuse me, I'm
Yes.
very, very sorry to disturb you, but our slides are again not moving, so I'm not sure. So we can see the slide 5.
Still slide 5.
Yes.
Oh, it's terrible. Okay.
I'm very sorry, but
sorry for disturbing. This is Takada from JICA Indian office. Can I show the slide by my? Can I share the slide
yes,
from me?
I think
Yes, Takada-san, please go ahead.
Yeah.
Still, it's not allowed.
It's not allowed. Okay,
now I can. Now I can. Thank you very much. Can you see the slide?
Yes, you can see the slide now.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, go to next page, Mr. Takada. Next. Okay, so these are the salient features of findings of some of our studies conducted in relation to the COVID. One is study on the impact of the disease on persons with disabilities. And the second one is about impact on medical healthcare workers in Mumbai, in this case, in this study's case. Persons with disability were often unable to receive proper medical services because of lack of data, limited accessibility. So we need to come up with more proactive measures in the possible next waves. And extremely hard working conditions of medical health workers has resulted in insomnia, lethargy, loss of appetite, etc., etc., and the big, pressures. Appropriate care protection is necessary if society is to face the next round of pandemic. Jacob would like to reflect these findings to future projects in health sector. And in the next slide, I would like to show that JICA has also initiated awareness raising campaign for hygiene practices called Achiadat campaign. Hygiene practice for preventing the spread of COVID, like washing hands, nail cleaning, through different channels of communication, like public programs on the ground at schools and educational, institutions, as well as, of course, social media like YouTube. The campaign receives the goodwill of various Japanese companies. But for example, by the courtesy of Muji, we were able to hold a small campaign in the fashionable Muji shops in Mumbai. And the Sanrio company Japan is also kind enough to provide educational movie featuring Kitty, as you can see on the right down, worldly famous pretty cat character. So on top of those big infrastructure projects, JICA reacted, and JICA did our best to cope with COVID-19, and our efforts will definitely go on. Next slide. So now changing the topic, and I know time is running out. I would like to briefly share our project, especially in the Maharashtra areas. Next. So dedicated freight corridor, which is one of our flagship project, the backbone of Delhi-Mumbai Industrial Corridor, construction of 1,500 kilometers, dedicated freight line. And when you look at the next slide, part of the section, especially in Rajasthan, has been operational now. And as you can see in the back side of the picture, the idea is basically a two-story cargo transportation on a dedicated specialized truck with 100-kilometer speed, enabling connecting Delhi Mumbai in 20 hours. So that will definitely make great impact on logistics as well as Indian economy as a whole. Next slide. So this is another famous one, Mumbai-Ahmedabad Highway Speed Railway. So this is introducing a Japanese bullet train system in India. And now the project is to connect Mumbai and Ahmedabad. So most economically important, promising coastline of the country. Works has already been started, and the designing works are intensively going on for rolling stock as well as systems, gathering engineers of both country together day and night. This is really big. This is going to be a big achievement once completed. Next slide. So this Mumbai Metro project. This line 3 is expected to connect airport and central business area like Nariman Point, let's say. So you connect them in 40 minutes time. So this will definitely make a good benefit for people's life as well as probably your business as well. Next one. Next slide. Okay, Trans Harbor Link. Yes, the idea is the same. How to reduce or divert, traffic congestion and ease logistics. So these big projects are going on in and around Mumbai area. Next slide. I think it's more important for you. This is a project for you. Pollution abatement of Mula River in Pune. So water quality of the river is very bad, 5 to 27 times higher than the drinking water standards. We will be, we finance, and the Pune Municipal Corporation will construct 11 sewage treatment plant and laying more than 100 kilometers sewer lines to realize clean water in the river, which is a kind of the highlight which is going to be the highlight of the beauty of the city. So works are going on. So I very much would like to complete early completion. So these okay, you can skip this. Time is so these are our recent projects, and now it's almost 11 o'clock in India, but let me briefly share with you our recent another initiative, which is the private sector. Basically, JICA's mandate is government to government cooperation assistance, but we do have tools and tools and modalities directly supporting private sector's activities, which is expected to contribute to economic and social development of recipient countries. We have basically three modules: private sector investment finance, shown in the top. This is the lending or investment directly to private entities. While the loan project explained was government to government loans, the borrower is government of India. So private sector finance is more private transaction. Second is supports through feasibility study and the service of Japanese company, which has great promising technology to resolve social and economic agenda of Indian companies. And we do have thirdly business matching activities. Let's move on to the next slide. As of now, we have 5 private lending and investment projects, like supporting micro, small, medium enterprises or self-help groups. This is a kind of microfinancing. And also we have uh, financial support through those non-banking institutions for investment in renewable technology. You can see one of our projects being financed through Tata Clean Tech Capital. Yeah, we would like to accelerate and increase these type of investment and lending. Yeah, private sector has definitely growing important role to resolve social and economic agenda of India, while every government has limited in resources and human resources, financial resources, capacities. So, private sector is the key. Next slide. So these are our support in feasibility study or preliminary studies, so that technologies of Japanese companies, especially small and medium Japanese companies, can be applied to tackle social and economic agenda in India. So we have several studies. Yeah, we supported Japanese companies technological experiments as a rollout of their technologies. I hope we will this company will become our client in future of our private finance for India.
Yes.
And finally, in the last slide, so another support, this is matching of Indian entrepreneurs, social enterprises with Japanese counterparts. We call it SDGs Business Co-Creation Lab, Tsunagaru Lab in Japanese. So periodically, we are updating a list of promising startups, social entrepreneurs of India, and we are holding regular matching events, though now it's still online basis. But yes, this is how we have been, and we would like to further support, strengthen business ties of between two countries. So in overall, so JICA has been contributing infrastructure development of India, but our efforts has been spreading out to different new areas like healthcare as well as private business promotions. So that is for me from now. Thank you very much.
So Saito-san, thank you very much. I think there are a lot of things from your presentation. Few of the things were known to us. Some of the new things we could figure out, and I think it will be really good if we can catch up sometime and do more brainstorming on how we can also be of help to JICA to promote a lot of this event. Specifically, the startup side is very interesting.
Right.
So due to the shortage of time, I'd like to say thank you very much for being with us and sharing JICA's vision with all our audience. and would love to see you in person next time. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Bye.
Uh, now let us. We are already 6 minutes delayed for listening to Yogi San. I mean, we lovingly call him Yogi San. His full name is Yogendra Puranik, and a lot of accolades I can read through. I already have a list of accolades to be written, but for now, I think it will be unjustified if I step onto his time. So just for the viewers, he is the first Indian-born Asian origin assemblyman in Tokyo. It itself is huge. I don't see that there are more things needed at this point in time, but all of you can go look at his profile online and getting to know him better. Yogi-san, the stage is yours. Please. Yogi-san, your microphone is mute.
I'm sorry, we all do that mistake.
Yes.
I'm sorry. So good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for the introduction, Abhishek san. And I first of all congratulate the IJPC team, the whole organizing team, and the committee there for organizing this event amid COVID. Although I feel now that COVID pandemic is slowly coming to an end. Diwali has been going fine. We were actually all worried what would happen in Diwali.
Yes.
And just recently, I spent around 45 days in India. Half of the tour was my personal philosophical tour, and then half of the tour was what you can say, an official tour, where I visited, actually, I met a couple of chief ministers, I met some mayors, and I visited some schools. So it was all organized centrally from the ministries, and it was really a wonderful tour. So I, honestly speaking, it was an opportunity for me to see India from a different perspective after almost 20 years. After
Okay.
almost 20 years. And to realize the difference where India has moved on to within these years. I started living in India, in Japan from 2001. And since then, I had been to India many times on business tours, but I couldn't get an opportunity to slow down my life and see into the life of Indians in India. So, this time it was real eye-opener. What I personally feel is the India I saw in 1980s, the India I saw until the first half of 1990s, and the dramatic change in India after that, once the economy was opened. To some extent, once GATT was actually forced on us, and we went industrial boo blah. Every house is now having couple of bikes, couple of cars, so too much of traffic on the road, and the blast of population with uncontrolled movement across India are probably some major, I think, challenging factors in India. So how we can actually work on these factors will be probably a key thing. Just now we heard to Saito-san's presentation, amazing work. Japan is actually supporting in so many initiatives in terms of infrastructure, in terms of improving the quality of life of people. I think that's a tremendous job actually JICA and JETRO and other organizations and the overall Japanese government is doing with India. So I would really like to congratulate the whole ecosystem. They are working strongly on these initiatives. And at the same time, being a banker and being from a financial background, I would be also worried like the amount of funds or loans. Of course, I'm quite low interest, but at the end of it, it should not overburden the economy of India and the pockets of the taxpayers. So I hope all those aspects are very well taken care. So today, actually, I'll talk about, I have actually many, what you can say, pockets to talk about, but today I would try to keep myself very simple. So I'll just share my slide. So I'll be talking about the role of Indians in the growth of Japan, and at the same time, what would be the role of Japan? What is the role of Japan in the growth of India? Well, most of it, Saito-san spoke about it. I'll just actually add a few things to it. So these are actually a few things I'll talk about. The balance sheet of India and Japan relationships. And when we talk about relationships, the four key aspects that come to my mind are the cultural integration, the industrial integration, the people integration, and the government integration. So these are the four aspects I'll talk about. So from the cultural point of view, I very strongly believe that there is an unbreakable cultural bonding between India and Japan for centuries. However, as we see in the day-to-day life, the cultural knitting and the affinity is becoming invisible. Although like most of the religious aspects or day-to-day, what you can say, manners, etiquettes, ethics in Japan are coming vastly from India. That understanding sometimes I feel doesn't stay there in the day-to-day life of people. When it comes to people, there's a loads of youth and passion in India, and there's a loads of process and rigor in Japan. I would like to see how actually we bring this together to make it a success for both the countries. And this was actually one of the biggest realizations for me during my visit to India this time. Amazing Jugadu people. They have ways and means to find out solutions to things. I see that people are so much energetic. They find out so many types of businesses to actually live on their life. Amazing. The energy in India is amazing. On the other side, Japan is probably losing on the energy part of it, but the process and rigor part of it is so strong in Japan, which actually keeps the Japanese momentum intact. So my single thought when I came back from Japan, from India to Japan, is how actually these two things can come together to really make it a success story for both Japan and India. From the industry perspective and government perspective, I think Saito-san actually gave a huge idea of what is happening between the two countries. On industry perspective, the FDIs from Japan to India are rapidly growing in last 20 years. Still, I think there is a lot of scope for strategic partnerships in terms of the industrial aspect of this relationship. From the government perspective, amazing interaction in the last 20 years, particularly the railroads, the electricity projects, water cleaning projects, sewage projects. Still, I would say that there could be a much more greater substance that could be added to this bilateral relationship. What I'll do is I'll stay on this slide and I'll talk a bit more details on each of these topics. And I'll take you through these topics. So from the cultural perspective, as I said, like there is a very strong bonding and strong relationship between India and Japan for centuries. It is as of the known history for now, it is said like the Bodhisena came to Japan in the 6th century, bringing Buddhism. And then, of course, along with Buddhism, a lot of day-to-day stuff, the crux of life to Japan. And that is where the India and Japan relationship starts from. Still, today, when we actually speak to Japanese or Japanese people speak to us, that particular bonding, that sense of bonding is somehow is not visible. And that is where actually I think we need to really work upon. Recently, when I went to India, I felt that there is so much of literature in India, which awaits translation. Japanese people actually need to know that. So much literature around philosophy, which will be really helpful for Japan. Just one example, like I visited the birthplace of Sant Kabir, and there the idea caught up, like no translation has happened with respect to the amazing work that Sant Kabir did. His dohas are something which talk real sense in our day-to-day life. And I would really like to take it up as a project. Slowly and slowly, aspects like yoga and Indian music, Indian dances are becoming popular in Japan. There's a huge population not huge, but a large population in Japan that takes a great interest in music, dance from India. However, I would say like the genuine yoga is still quite slowly picking up in Japan. However, Indian government is also taking some steps in order to popularize the genuine yoga in Japan. And Japan, the Yoga Day, International Yoga Day, has been very useful from that perspective. The sister city relationships are not happening as much. I feel like the Japanese bureaucratic system or administrative system is still quite westward looking than looking into India. So the sister city relationships are still very limited between India and Japan. The recent one being the Kyoto and Kashi. But even if you take the example of Kyoto and Kashi, the cultural aspect between these two cities is yet to start. While there are some projects like the Ganga Ghat project, or there was this auditorium that was built up in Kashi, Varanasi. Beyond that, the cultural exchange, like people coming from Kyoto to Kashi, or people from Kashi coming to Kyoto and performing some traditional arts, etc., of both countries, is something that is yet to start up. I think these the sister city initiatives need to be rolled on to more and more cities. Only then the people-to-people interaction will start, and there will be more realistic interaction between the two countries. Well, while saying that, on the contrary, today we see like we have around 40,000 of Indians living in Japan. But seldomly I see any Indian taking real great interest in the Japanese music or the Japanese style of dances. Barely a few people. I think there is a lot of scope. Until now, the Indian community in Japan was busy settling down. We are still just the first generation. Of course, there is a chunk of people who came here around 100 years back, but very few now. So the larger Indian community is still the first generation, trying to settle down, trying to be what you can say financially stable, and now slowly worrying about the aspects of the second generation. So I think it is still time for Indians to take their own time, find out time to take interest in the Japanese cultural aspects. So slowly we have to actually increase on that perspective. So what I see is that from the cultural perspective, still there are challenges in between India and Japan to, about taking it to next stage. Even like performers from India, when they want to come to Japan, we always face financial issues, how to bring in finances, how to get these performers to Japan, and how to what you can say, show the Indian tradition, the Indian real culture to more and more Japanese people. So that is some area where we have to really find out some solutions. Maybe we have to find out some sponsors, or some official routes have to be created, so that there could be more and more cultural interaction between the two countries. I'll go to the I'll skip the people aspect here because I want to take it in the end. I'll talk about the industrial aspect. So just Saito-san was talking a lot about it, but in terms of say the absolute amounts, the amount of cumulative foreign direct investment from Japan to India stood at around 2.5 billion USD in 2001. And as of today, it has rose to around 36, more than 36 billion US dollars, cumulative, I'm saying, in various sectors. It is like automobile, medicine, and so many sectors. And ODA is still out of this. So there is a huge amount of financial support that India is getting from Japan. However, the challenge I see here is the impact on Indian customers, the knowledge of the Indian consumer that this particular thing is coming from Japanese support is, I think, still limited. And particularly from the industry perspective, I feel that the slow decision making and tendency to start small and safe vis-a-vis, say, like the Korean manufacturers like say Hyundai and all, although their investments are also not so huge, but they will come like a bang and do a loads of PR with a Shah Rukh Khan or some huge hero, and they will actually get themselves known. And this is what I think the Japanese corporates going to India also need to do. Of course, I understand the entry barriers and lack of lot of things, including infrastructure, including entertainment and fun, and also the fact that there is a lack of discipline, punctuality, productivity, and sense of quality in the Indians. And that is where I think the Indians also have a opportunity that if we are able to actually pull up ourselves on these aspects, we will have more and more Japanese companies coming to India, making more and more jobs available for the Indians. So we will have to, as a system, we will have to gear up. And this is not just the responsibility of some one unit of, say, individuals or something, but it has to come around from individuals, from educational institutes, from policymakers. So all of us have to actually jack up, to pull up our sleeves, to improvise in these areas, and to give some subtle sense of safety to the Japanese counterparts. When it comes to India to Japan, the investment flow is quite weak. Cumulative until now, it is said to be just 180 million of US dollars. Well, if you compare it with China, it is somewhere like 6 billion US dollars invested into Japan. Size is totally different. And the sectors that the Indian investors are operating in Japan are also quite limited. Even say the sector from which actually we would like to expect the most, that is the IT sector, we have not been so successful as compared to our success in US or Europe or other parts of the world. I would actually like to see our Indian IT sector to learn and understand something from the Japanese automobile sector. Like if you see like the Japanese automobile manufacturers who have gone to India, they actually don't compete in the same what you can say segment of the cars. They will actually they have always chosen different segments. Say like Suzuki is working only in small cars. Toyota is working only in the 7-seater, 8-seater segment. So our Indian IT also will have to strategize on how they can differentiate their deliverables or their strengths in order to make it a much more stronger market for themselves, which will in turn also help Japan to improvise their DX strategy. So, well, in that, there are a few challenges like the Japanese are known to create very strong internal ecosystems between the customers and vendors, where they do not very easily allow external parties to pierce in. So somehow that part has to be taken care. How is again a part of strategy. We have to actually work together. So uh, in from that perspective, I think India and Japan needs to sit down together to, if they are saying, like India and Japan are saying, if we are a global strategic partner, we'll have to actually work on these aspects as well. Otherwise, many of the things will not work. It will be just on paper. And uh, at the same time, like if we see the way Japanese work, they are not jugadu like Indians. Their decisions could be slow. They are not emotional like Indians. So we will have to actually uh, see how the industrial, what you can say, relationships can be further strengthened. Uh, we have seen some like Hero Honda has gone separate way. Um, some other case studies are also have happened like a similar way. So we will have to see how actually the real integration between India and Japan can happen, and it will be finally actually fruitful for all of us. The third aspect is the government aspect. For last 20 years, India and Japanese government have been very openly saying that we are global strategic partners. But typically in the Corona pandemic, I have seen we saw like Japan banned the entry of Indians for more than a year and a half, and which was quite tolling on individuals in terms of their careers and educational opportunities. And it was also tolling on the Japanese corporates who actually ran short of people again. Uh, I I have a strong belief that Japan is a country of process, and that is what they have shown. And my very humble expectation was like Japan would actually create some process to overcome this problem, and it went on for 1.5 years. So many students who got government scholarships, who had paid their fees, they could not come to Japan. This 1.5 year was really tough on all of us. And I hope, like, first thing, I wish that such kind of pandemic never happens again. But then if it happens again, we have to learn from this experience and not repeat the same mistakes in the future. Then one more point I would like to talk about is about the TITP and SSW, the Specified Skills Worker Program. These programs, while on one hand, Japan needs a lot of people, trained people. Japan has also signed, Japan signed a TITP agreement with India. But ultimately, we couldn't actually drive results out of it. Even SSW is right now in pipeline. I think things are right now moving. We will see some agreements being signed, or maybe already signed last week. I hope it starts moving from next year. But again, what I believe is, like, if India and Japan has to be strategic partners. I think India has real good youth, trained youth. India has a very strong educational platform, and Japanese local administrations must directly sign up with the Indian counterparts in order to bring these trained resources to Japan and make them a part of the Japanese success story. And from the ODA perspective, my last 45 days in India, I realized India has a real huge garbage and sewage issue. And I think Japan should consider on a very top priority about setting up more and more waste to energy projects in India, that will really help India a long way is what I would like to really wish it happens from the government perspective. And one more thing I would like from the government perspective to happen is about bringing a focus on educational integration between India and Japan. Uh, Japan, as I feel, in the undergraduate studies, it really lacks the global vision in the education. Some high-tech fields, definitely Japan excels, but in general studies, Japan is not at par at the global level. Also from the English perspective, multilingual perspective, diversification perspective. So I think India and Japan can work on the educational aspects and bring in what you can say, make a difference here in this. Last, I would like to come to the people aspect. I'll just finish in a minute. Day in, day out, I receive inquiries from people about how I can go to Japan. Every other person is so much interested in coming to Japan. Japan has become a fairyland in India. Thanks to the way Mr. Abe and Prime Minister, ex-Prime Minister Mr. Abe, Prime Minister Modi, the way they have portrayed the relationship of Japan and the expectations from each other's countries. Japan has really become a fairy tale land for many people in India. Not just Japanese learners, but even those who were still not, in fact, connected anyway with Japan. Tens and hundreds of inquiries. And I can say that there are huge opportunities in Japan, both from working perspective as well as from the education perspective. As I just spoke from the cultural perspective, still we have to go an extra mile. But from the job and student education perspective, there are opportunities. And what I would like to see is that we have some channelized approach to guide Indian workforce to come to Japan through a proper, what you can say, channel, to a proper way. Many of the people, particularly in the blue collar industry, they are coming to Japan through not so rather bribery and forgery and those kind of ways. And I think both the governments, immigration control, they need to work on this issue quickly, because otherwise we will see a lot of social problems both sides. From the students' perspective, as I said, like undergrad programs for general subjects, I still believe that, or I feel that Japan is not really the destination. There are you might have some other opportunities unless it's a scholarship. Japan is a very expensive destination for undergrad studies, and but Japan is a very good destination for research and post-grad studies, doctoral studies, and students should really consider it for that. At the same time, from the language perspective, I think the Indian students should look at Japan as a finishing school. Don't try to come to Japan the moment you begin your language studies and think that if you learn in Japan, you will learn quickly and then immediately you have a job. I think that's a very soft story you are looking at. So let's be practical. Do your best, create your base in India, come to Japan as a finishing school, and then try to take up jobs or something like that from here. So with that, I think I'm shooting over time, and I'll just leave the last message that ultimately the relation between two countries, this depends on the people. And we people, we have to work together, tie up both the ends to take this relationship between India and Japan together. We have to walk extra mile for each of us in making this relationship successful. So with that, I'll come to an end. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Jogi-san. I think a lot of insights. So I think we will anyway catch up separately and discuss more on various topics. So today we are running short of time. So once again, thank you. Thanks for your time. And now I'll be requesting our host, Sefali Dhanasri-san, to take over from here. So once again, thank you, Yogi-san.
Thank you.
Thank you, Abhishek-san. So after this insightful session, I would like to go for some cultural aspects. As we know, India has different ways of styling sari. In the same way, Japan's kimono has a different way of wearing. We are going to have a kimono wearing demo by Haruna Tsunoda-san of Peace Culture. I would like Tomo Kawane-san to introduce her, and the stage is yours. よろしくお願いします。
はい。Thank you. よろしくお願いします。Hello, everybody. Namaste.
Namaste.
Very nice to see you all today. We are going to present kimono wearing from Tokyo. And here I'd like to introduce Miss Haruna Tsunoda. Wave your hand, Haruna-san. So she has already done her kimono wearing performance in Delhi and also in Gujarat. And in Gujarat, I have accompanied her for 4 or 5 educational institutions, including IIT Gandhinagar, Ahmedabad University, Alliance Française, and also Nutan Bharti. It's a Gandhian institute in North Gujarat. So now I will give my brief introduction about her in English. So she has already traveled to India, and also she has also traveled to many other countries, including China, and has done her performance. And she's a young entrepreneur, and she's planning to have more stronger connection in India. はい、どうぞ。じゃあ、春菜さんご紹介お願いします。
ありがとうございます。資料を共有させていただきます。
はい。はい、お願いします。
はい。ですね、私は東京で教室の運営をしています。で、私の運営している日本文化の教室は着物だけではなくて13人のそれぞれの日本文化を発信する先生たちがいます。
So we have 13 people for our company. It's called Peace Culture, which was founded by me. And this is to impart different aspects of Japanese culture.
はい。で、このように私以外にもさまざまなお花、お茶のそれぞれの先生がいます。
So for our arrangement, tea ceremony, no, and also tate performance, these kind of artists and also performers are there.
はい。で、私の自己紹介を簡単にさせていただきたいと思います。はい。私は、群馬県出身で、東京から電車で2時間ぐらいの場所ですね。で、そこで着物を好きになったのはおばあちゃん、祖母が着物が好きで、それをきっかけに学ぼうと思いました。
So my birthplace was in Gunma. My name is Haruna Tsunoda, and I got inspired by this kimono wearing thanks to my grandma. And I have graduated from business management studies at Oberlin University and has started this company in 2018.
はい。で、今までの活動は、ともさんと一緒にインドで浴衣を着るイベントをやったりだとか、折り紙のワークショップをさせていただいています。
So till now, I have done some activities in India along with Ms. Tomokawane, and we have done some kimono wearing performance at such universities and educational institutions.
で、私の人生のテーマ、活動理念は、文化の体験を通して、心の豊かさというのを広めたい。何を言いたいかと言いますと、文化の体験、交流をして平和を広げたいと思っています。
So my mission for this company as well as my life is through experience in Japanese culture, I would like to enrich our hearts and also trying to contribute to the society.
はい。で、いろいろな国、世界中のそれぞれの国にそれぞれの歴史や文化、芸術、そういったものがあります。 私はまずは自分の国の文化歴史について知らないと、他の人の他者の文化歴史だとかいいものを理解できないと思っているので、まずは自国の文化についてよく学び、で文化の体験を通していろんな国の人たちと交流をして平和の輪を広げていきたいと思っています。
So my idea is without understanding our own history, culture, and also art, we are not able to understand others' history, culture, and also art. So this is how I have started this, and this is my life mission.
はい、なので皆さんの文化、芸術、歴史なども私にも教えてください。
So I'd like you to teach me about your culture, about your history, and also about your art.
はい。では今日は私が皆さんに日本の文化と歴史をお伝えしたいと思います。
So today I'd like to share some of my ideas about culture and history of Japan.
で私は着物の専門家なので、日本の歴史を通しながら着物の歴史についても皆さんにお伝えしようと思います。
So as I am an expert in kimono wearing and also kimonos in general, I'd like to see the history of Japan in the view of kimono.
はい。皆さん、日本にどのようなイメージをお持ちですか？
First of all, I'd like to ask you what kind of image you have about Japan as a country.
まあ、例えば富士山だとか、あとは着物、浴衣、天ぷら、寿司、そういったものが浮かぶ方もいると思います。
Maybe you think of Mount Fuji, kimono, yukata, tempura, that kind of things.
はい。この後、もしかしたら出るかもしれません。
Now you may find some of them.
まずは日本の歴史から少し触れていきたいと思います。いろいろな
About
時代
Japanese
が
history now. Yeah.
まず最初に貴族たちが活躍した時代から見ていきます。
Let's have a look at the noble period.
はい。だいたい7世紀から13世紀ぐらいですかね。で、この時の
7 to 13 centuries. Yeah.
着物はこの左下にあるようなこういった絵の形でした。
So at that time we had kimonos in these kind of forms.
この貴族が活躍した時代では流行っていたものがあります。それは仏教です。
So when the nobles were in vogue, at that time Buddhism was quite prevalent in Japan.
この仏教もシルクロードを渡ってインド、中国、日本と流れて伝わってきました。
So Buddhism has come from India via China to Japan.
この貴族のこの時の着物を見ると、女性はすごくたくさん着込んでるんですね。で、これはなんと12キロぐらいの重さです。
At that time, ladies used to wear 12 kg weight of kimonos.
はい。で、その次の時代では侍が活躍しました。
So after the period of nobles, this shogun period has started in Muromachi area.
この時代はだいたい16世紀ぐらいですね。
It was around 16th century.
でこの時代では茶道が流行りました。
And at that time, tea ceremony was quite in vogue.
先ほどの貴族の時代では、12キロぐらいの布をたくさん着込んですごく豪華な衣装だったんですけれども、この侍が活躍した時代ではすごくシンプルな作りになってきています。
So compared to the nobles period, in this Muromachi period, you see a much simpler way of kimono wearing.
これはなぜかというと、戦がとても多かったので、華美な華やかな衣装よりかは動きやすいような 目的になり、このようなシンプルさになりました。
That was because at that time there were lots of fightings and also wars. So because of that, they tend to wear light wearing kimono.
で、この時代は戦いも多いので、人々の心の癒しとして、お茶の時間が皆さんの癒しになりました。ということで、お茶がすごく流行りました。
And at that time, also tea ceremony came to be quite popular because it was considered to be able to console the hearts of people that was tired of wars and also fightings.
はい。では次は江戸時代ですね。この江戸時代というのはとても平和な時代で、400年近く時代が続きました。
Edo period was quite peaceful compared to earlier period, and it lasted from 17th to 19th century.
国が平和になると、それだけ娯楽だとか文化というのもどんどん豊かになってきて、この時代に今皆さんが日本を思い浮かべるような、日本食だとか文化っていうものが生まれています。
So compared to earlier period, in this Edo period, we started seeing lots of cultural activities, which you may find as something considered to be quite of Japanese.
例えば、歌舞伎だとか相撲、そういったものが、大衆ですごく盛り上がったんですけれども、盛り上がったからこそ、プロマイド代わり、写真みたいな感じですかね。その代わりとして浮世絵が流行りました。
So kabuki, sumo have become very popular among people, and also this kind of ukiyo-e painting has also caught the heart of people.
はい。で、皆さんが思い浮かべる寿司、天ぷら、これらは高級レストランで出るようなイメージをお持ちかと思います。
So now you have a look at this Japanese food, sushi on the left side, and also right side we have tempuras, which we find in a little bit posh restaurants in Japan.
はい。でも実はこの江戸時代では寿司と天ぷらはファストフード、庶民の人にも愛される食べ物でした。
But in fact, in Edo period, these Japanese food, sushi and tempuras, were considered to be a sort of fast food for Japanese people.
で、お寿司は、今ではもうこのぐらいの手のひらに乗っかるぐらいのサイズなんですけれども、この江戸時代ではおにぎりぐらい、こんなに拳ぐらいの大きさでした。
So at that time, now you have the sushi in quite a small shape, which could be just put on your palm. But at that time, that was just like a rice ball.
はい。では、着物はどのような姿になっているか一緒に見てみましょう。
Okay, now let's see how the kimono is shaped.
はい。これが江戸時代の着物の姿です。
So this was a late Edo period kimono styles.
はい。で、今私が着ている着物の形。
Now, let me show you. Please have a look at the shape of my kimono.
この私の今着ている現代の着物の形と江戸時代の着物の形、ほとんど一緒なんですね。
Don't you think that what I'm wearing today and also what you see in this picture seems to be quite similar and almost same?
で、日本でも、着物の中で浴衣といって、カジュアルな夏に着る着物があります。
In Japan, we have some light casual wear called yukata, which has a shape of kimono.
その浴衣はこの江戸時代では、お風呂の時に着るものとして、バスローブ代わりとして着られていました。
So at that time in late Edo period, we used to have this yukata as a sort of bathrobe. After you take bath, you wear it. it was in this manner this yukata was used.
なぜ、江戸時代の人はお風呂の時にその浴衣を着るかというと、銭湯、大衆風呂がすごく流行ったので、そこで、公共のお風呂場に行くという時に裸だとちょっと恥ずかしいので、その着るものとして浴衣を着ていました。
At that time, we had started having a common bath open to general public, where you can pay money and also take a dip of the hot water. So after it started becoming very popular, people started thinking that, oh, if we go there, we should have some proper clothes to wear. But after bath, it need to be, comfortable. So that's why yukata was invented and also started to be used by the people.
はい、で皆さんが想像するお風呂というと、シャワーと、もしかしたらバスタブがあるイメージかもしれないんですけれども、当時この江戸時代でのお風呂というものは、蒸し風呂、サウナというものが一般的なお風呂でした。
So if you say taking a bath, then you might imagine to have a shower, but in Edo period, at that time, we had more like a kind of sauna type arrangement for taking bath.
はい、このように時代が変わると、姿も変わっていますし、この江戸時代の時に、バスローブとしてお風呂の時に着るとしていた浴衣も現代では、夏のおしゃれ着として若い人たちが、楽しみながらおしゃれとして着るっていうような状態です。
So at that time, it was used for the young people, by the young people, to was a sort of fashion for them to add color to their daily life.
はい。で、こういった伝統文化というものはどんどんその形を変えて、で今もなお残っています。
So these traditional styles of kimono have evolved and also changed, but still today we do have kimono in our culture.
はい。では早速実際に着物がどのように着ることができるのかというのを、一部分帯だけですけど皆さんにお見せしたいと思います。
Now I'd like to show you just this belt part, obi part, how to wear kimono.
はい。今私が着ている着物、このような姿ですね。
Please have a look at this kimono.
後ろもこのようにすっきりとしています。
Hi. Backside is quite transparent and clear.
でこれはこの一本の細い紐だけで留めていました。
So this was tied only with one long cloth thread.
ここからたくさん道具が出てくるので皆さん驚くと思います。
You will find so many things from this obi part.
はい。では、この帯、これだけ
This is a belt, obi.
とても長いです。
It's quite long.
はい。この長い布、これ帯というんですけれども、この長い帯を巻きつけて着付けています。
So waist part is covered with this long cloth that is called obi.
はい。で、よくいろんな方からそんなに長い帯を巻きつけて着付けてる、どうやってやってるかわからないって言われるんですね。で、私もサリーがどのように着付けられているのか見当がつかない。
So many people would ask me how this obi is tied around your body. And at the same time, I do have the question and also lots of curiosity how saris are worn by Indian ladies. I also don't know how to wear saris. So now she's tying with the thread, and now you see a little bit form of obi.
はい。で、あれだけ長かった帯を今、自分の体に2回巻きつけました。
Now I tied it around twice, just around my waist.
で、ただ巻きつけるだけではなく、ちゃんと結んでいます。結んで固定してます。
Actually, not just tying, but I'm also trying to make another knot so that this obi will be tied tightly to my body.
で、巻きつけた後に結んで、で、その、余った布たちをきれいに折りたたんでいます。
So this tied part is hidden just below this obi.
このように折りたたんで、で、上のところを固定してます。
This upper part is now fixed.
はい、この道具が丸見えになってしまうとおしゃれじゃないので、こういったきれいな専用の布を当てて、この道具を隠しています。
So this round part, if it is shown, seen from the side, it doesn't look nice. So it's covered by another cloth, which
あ、
is
すみません。
meant to. はい。
申し訳ありませんけれども、スライドショーをちょっと止めて、
スライドショー。春菜さん、
はい、
春菜さん、スライドショーちょっと止めていただけますか。春菜さんが横になってるのですいません。
わかりました。
すみません、
ごめんなさい。
ありがとうございます。
大丈夫です。はい。
はい。
はい。いかがでしょうか。
はい、大丈夫です。
じゃあ、春菜さんにフォーカスしていただけますか。IGBC の方。
自分でピンを止めました。
止めました。はいはい。よかったです。
大きく見えると思います。
はいはい
はい。このように、ただ布を当てるだけではなくて、幅をきれいに揃えたりだとか、そう折り紙のようにきれいに揃えながら畳んでいます。
はい。So it's like origami folding. I tied it and also I fold it. And now I'm going to make it perfect.
で、この私が今着ている着物、すべて糸もほどいて、で、ただのまっさらな布の状態にすると、また着物を作る前の材料となっていた布の反物、布に元に戻ります。なので、その布を再利用したりっていうふうに昔はしていました。
So actually this kimono is very eco-friendly because once it is untied, each part of it, it could be used again to make another kimono or to use it for something else.
で、最後にこの余った端を折りたたんで、で、
the last part is folded like this.
この四角い形にします。
はい。It's making a little bit squarish shape.
で、着物の柄は季節のものを取り入れることが多いです。
And actually, the design of this kimono, we normally take it. We normally try to incorporate the kind of plants, flowers, or all kind of seasonal things.
季節の まあ、自然のもの以外には、まあ、縁起がいいものを
or something that would bring auspicious blessings to us. That kind of motifs are also included in this kimono design, obi design.
で、あれだけ長かった帯をこうやってきれいに折ったり畳んだりしました。
So now you see that the long obis could be folded, tied, and arranged very beautifully like this.
で、最後にそれをこの一本の紐で締めて押さえていきます。
So the last part, this one. What? それって何て呼ばれるんですか？
これは帯締めです。
帯締め、帯締めもう一回見せて。見せてください。はい。
刺繍があったり、金の糸。
it's got a different kind of embroidery. It's called 帯締め。はい、ありがとうございます。So this 帯締め will be the last string to tie entire obi and make it complete. It's very mind-boggling to see entire process. はい、はい、終わりました。すごい。すごい。はい、ありがとうございます。Thank you so much. Thank you. So this is complete. で、春田さん、ちょっと一応3時30分なので、多分スライドもし先にあったとしてもちょっと見せられないかなと思うんですが、最後、締めのなんかコメントでお願いいたします。
はい、ありがとうございます。こうして、日本について興味を持っていただくのはとても嬉しいです。で、私は日本の文化の体験を通していろんな方々と交流をして、平和の輪を広げていきたいと思います。一緒に平和の輪を広げていきましょう。ありがとうございました。
Thank you so much. I'd like to spread the circles of peace through this practicing Japanese culture. So kindly let me call by you, and I would be very happy to work. Thank you. Thank you so much. So here is a mail address and also a QR code where you can get in touch with Haruna-san. はい。どうも。
ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
Thank you very
Thank you
much,
so much.
Haruna-san. Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Tomoko-san.
はい。
着物だけではなくて歴史も触れてすごい面白くてとても楽しかったです。プレゼンテーションは。I really loved the presentation and I hope you also enjoyed the presentation as well as the obi wearing part. Thank you very much, Tomokawane-san again, and thank you very much, Tsunada-san again. Moving to the next session, we have a very interesting topic again, the change management for Japanese manufacturing companies in India. The presentation is given by Mr. Tomoe Isogai-san. He is a freelance advisor in Indo Japanese relations, former managing director to Sharp India Limited, director Kansai Japan India Culture Society in Kobe, Japan. I would like to request Mr. Tomoe Isogai-san to share your presentation and share your thoughts about it.
Okay, thank you, Dana-chan, and thank you for the introduction. I'd like to talk just briefly about India-Japanese relations post-COVID-19, which we all hope that will come sooner. And just let me share my screen first of all. Okay, within the limited time, I like to speak my own perspective. So this is my personal view. Okay, so today's topic, is it visible now?
Yes, it is
Okay,
visible.
great, great. So I just put the title Change Management, but this was requested by IJBC. My true title is Indo-Japanese Relations Post-COVID-19. So let me just go through. Number one, what is change management? Number two, beyond Industry 4.0. Number three, India, Japan's strongest partners. Number four, becoming world class. Number five, ideal Indo-Japanese relationship. Okay, so let me just go. First, what is the change management, so to speak? Yeah, many people say, oh, talk about this topic. I just took from the internet one good definition about it by ASQ. Change management is defined as the methods and manners in which a company describes and implements changes within both its internal and external processes. This includes preparing, supporting employees, establishing the necessary steps for the change, and monitoring pre and post-change activities to ensure successful implementation. So it takes a lot of processes and actually changes. Significant organizational change can be challenging. It often requires many levels of cooperation, and many involve different independent entities within an organization. Yes, that's very true. Developing a structured approach to change is critical to help ensure a beneficial transition while mitigating disruption. So I think this is a great definition of change management. And I've been through this kind of activities by myself when I was in the corporate world. So I really understand change is sometimes very, very challenging and tiresome processes, because people just, feeling comfortable doing the same thing as before. Any change can require a lot of energy to divert, things or change the direction of where you're going. So it needs a really big effort and energy. Now, the COVID-19 has changed the workplace management in many ways. And here is one article I found it in World Economic Forum. And in this small article, as an introductory part, there are many new words appearing in this small, context, or text. See, there are 6 new words: new normal, new technologies, new roles, new skills, new mindsets, and new quickly changing workplace. So I think there are many new things are happening because of this COVID-19 to us all. And I'm particularly myself, I'm feeling that very strongly, because I never thought about, talking to the people worldwide through online, but I did it more than 100 times already since the COVID-19 started. So in this World Economic Forum, it says 5 ways COVID-19 has changed the workplace. So there are 5 things that you may want to know. Number 1, rapid reskilling and skilling is required. Quick adoption of new advanced technology is a must. Number 2, changing leadership and management competencies. This is very important. Corporate culture and leadership skills focus on empathy. Empathy is one word, very important word after the pandemic. Number 3, a culture of trust, transparency, and openness are important, all to be supportive of one another. So teamwork is getting more important than ever. Number 4, individual and social well-being is sought after. Yes, mental, social, physical, and financial well-being is very, very important. Number 5, working in a more agile way is also an important key factor for success. Simpler, faster, and less expensive ways to operate is sought after as well, right? Okay, so this is just to one reference from the World Economic Forum, and it describes the situation in the corporate world, and any working environment has faced those changes equally, right? Now, let me just talk about a little bit about the future of our society. Industry 4.0 is now going on. As you may know, Industry 4.0 refers to the combination of several major technology innovations, all maturing at the same time, that is expected to significantly shift the landscape of manufacturing industry. So these technologies like advanced robotics, artificial intelligence, sophisticated sensors, cloud computing, and big data analytics all exist in manufacturing sector today in some form, but as they integrate with one another, the physical and virtual worlds will interlink and transform the industry. So this is the evolution of Industry 4.0 from 1.0 to 4.0 now we are living. The next is Industry 5.0, maybe, as the European Union say, human-centric, sustainable, and resilient. Yes, that may be so. Industry 5.0 is characterized by going beyond producing goods and services for profit. It shifts the focus from the shareholder value to stakeholder value and reinforces the role and the contribution of industry to society. So it places the well-being of the worker at the center of the production process and uses new technologies to provide prosperity beyond jobs and growth while respecting the production limits of the planet. Yeah, so it complements the existing Industry 4.0 approach by specifically putting research and innovation at the service of transition to a sustainable, human-centric, and resilient European industry. So this is the European point of view. But I like to tell you what Japan is looking at. Japan is looking at Society 5.0. Okay. The history of mankind reveals that the evolution of human society has been fueled by technological advances, with the key steps along the way, just such as the Society 1.0, hunter-gatherer society, agrarian society, number 2, Society 3.0 as industrial society, and we do live in an information society, which is Society 4.0. And the next will come Society 5.0, as the Japanese government proposes, a human-centered society that balances economic advancement with the resolution of social problems by a system that highly integrates cyberspace and physical space. So this is a visual image of Society 5.0 in the center circle. The rest of the 4 corners are showing the current Society 4.0. Society 5.0 achieves a high degree of convergence between cyberspace or virtual space and physical space or real space. Huge amount of information collected from sensors in physical space is accumulated and in cyberspace. In the cyberspace, this big data is being analyzed by artificial intelligence, and those results are fed back to humans in physical space in various forms. So things and systems are all connected in cyberspace, and optimal results obtained by AI, which is exceeding the capabilities of humans, are being fed back to physical space. So this is the image of 4.0, and this is the image of Society 5.0. So the upper space is cyberspace, the below space is physical space. Okay. And Society 5.0 would also contribute to meeting the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, established by the United Nations. The Japan aims to become the first country in the whole world to achieve a human-centered society, which is Society 5.0, in which anyone can enjoy a high quality of life, full of vigor. It intends to accomplish this by incorporating advanced technologies in diverse industries and social activities and fostering innovation to create new values. So creating new values is the goal. Some of the examples are already shown and introduced here in the government website in Japan. So this is the image: comfort, vitality, and high quality lives is, surrounded with the Society 5.0. Okay, India and Japan. Let's talk about India-Japan relationship. It has become this special strategic and global partnership, as you may know. It's not a bilateral relations anymore. It's a global partnership. And Japan-India Vision 2025 has been agreed upon by the both nations, especially in the field of IoT and AI solutions. So this will bring about a convergence between India's flagship programs such as Digital India, Startup India, and Smart City with Japan's Society 5.0 to promote societal benefits. And one concrete memorandum has been signed off by the two nations, two ministers, and this agreement reached in the field of information and communication technologies, ICT, by both the countries on the developments of 5G technologies, telecom security, submarine optical fiber cable system, spectrum management, smart cities, high altitude platform for broadband, disaster management, and public safety, etc. And Japan Industrial Township has been established in 12 cities, right? And there will be 13 in the near future. And very important point here, the Quad, the new allies, right? The new Quad allies means USA, Australia, India, and Japan. Has been formulated since some years ago, but it has been very much getting the importance. Now, becoming world class is the target for both India and Japan, because we just keep our strengths and competitiveness in the whole industries. So particularly in the manufacturing sector, I would like to recommend one book authored by an Indian researcher, ex-professor at JNU, Dr. Prem Motwani has published this book, and he was talking about this book yesterday, his sessions. So this book expounds the Japanese manufacturing management model, which enjoyed tremendous popularity in India, but has not yet been adopted in its entirety for various social and economical or cultural reasons. So he's talking about those issues, and he's proposing what India should do and to see what Japan has done in the past. There are many lessons to learn from, okay? Now, let me talk to you about Indo-Japan relationship even a little bit more. We have to establish a win-win relationship. Yes, what is win-win? In my perspective, win-win means co-work to win. We have to collaborate and not to compete, but to cooperate each other. One more factor is mutual growth. The mutual growth is very, very important. How? To help each other to grow together. That is a point. Okay, work together for with the mutual trust and respect. That is very basic factor for success. So when the new Japanese investors are coming and Indians are welcoming them, and let's work together, forming a joint venture or whatever it is. The true ideal Indo-Japan relationship, as I think, is such that no more seller or buyer. You are not seller or buyer, right? We are the seller, you're the buyer is a very, traditional relationship. Let's forget about that. No more discounts or rebates. Talking about rebates and discounts all the time in discussion, let's stop it. We need to discuss more on incentives and bonuses that should be won by the hardworking, right? And no more principal or distributor. Who is a principal? Who is a distributor? Who is the boss? Let's not talk about that. Let's be a good relationship and no problems. I like to ask all the Indian people, not to say no problem when you are being asked by any Japanese people. What about this and that? See, no problem sounds like a very positive, but if it is followed by excuses and sorry, then that will not make sense. So in short, my ideal Indo-Japan relationship will be like this: strategic, sustainable business partner to be. And we can do that through co-development, through learning, and with respect, mutual respect. Okay, so this is what we need to do. And this is the mindset I think both Indians and Japanese should maintain. That is a new relationship. Okay, so when it comes to a team, if you have a team like joint venture team, some of the important factors or elements to make a strong team and successful team, there are 4 things that I want to mention here. T for transparency. See, especially in terms of joint venture, endeavors, this transparency is a very key word for success. You can't just keep any secret, right, behind. Number 2 is the empowerment. Yeah, you cannot control everybody. So you need to know who to depend, who to empower people, and to make a success in all teams, right? Number 3, A, for appreciation and acknowledgement. Yes, whenever you see either part of the families, I mean the joint venture families, Indian part or Japanese part, whoever done a great job or like a smaller team, you must appreciate them and acknowledge them in front of everyone. Number 4, the last but not the least, motivation. It's very, very important factor to make a strong team, because without a motivation, nobody will work harder. Everyone can work harder for themselves, but for somebody else, for the company, yes, motivation is so important factor. Now, I think we are living in a VUCA world: volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. After the pandemic, we're truly living in this world, VUCA world. Again, volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. So those are the 4 very new concepts in the environment where we are living. In this VUCA world, some people said, this is just I found in the internet, Some people said this: we have to have a clear vision. We have to have a deep understanding. We need to have a clarity in what we are doing. And we need to keep the agility in what we're doing. So from the very fragile world, VUCA world, we just have to be agile ourselves to succeed and survive in this VUCA world. That is somebody has shown in the internet. Now, my version is here. My version is a little bit different. We have to have a clear vision. Yes, I agree. We have to have a deeper understanding. Yes, I agree. But instead of clarity, I put courage. You know, you have to have a courage to make a change. If we are talking about change management, this is a very important factor, because you don't know if your change can make a success or not. It's a big challenge. You may not be very sure that this change will make a great success. So you need a courage to decide, determine what you're going to do some changes. So courage is a very important factor, I think. And last, agility. Instead of agility, I put adaptability. Now it's getting more and more important and necessary after the pandemic, as you have already experienced. Yes, adaptability to the changes of the world, to the changes of the environment is what is all needed. So in my opinion, to survive in the VUCA world, we need to have a clear vision, deeper understanding, and courage to change the things or enter into the new endeavor, and adaptability to suit yourself into a new environment. So this is what I really want to stress at the last moment. When we're talking about change the world, change management, and we are talking about Indo-Japan relationship, yes, we are very, very strong, you know, in bonding ourselves. But to make a joint venture, particularly in the field of manufacturing, to make it a very successful endeavor and to make a world-class industry, there are still a lot to do. Yes, let's work together and make Indian economy #1 in the world someday before 2050. Thank you. Let's build a solid partnership for a prosperous future together. Thank you. Over to you, Dana-chan.
Hello.
Yes, you are audible.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Tomio Isogai-san. It was a very informative session, sharing a factful thoughts. I really thank you for sharing with us. Before moving towards the next session, I would like to remind you that we have another stage 2, where we also running with interesting sessions. You can go into konnichiwa.ijbc.org and check the stage 2. Now I would like to move forward with the panel discussion. We have the topic is India and Japan, an unbreakable bond. Our panelists are Dr. Satoru Nagao, Major General Dr. G.D. Bakshi, Professor Rajiv Shaw, Mr. Tomoe Isogai, and our moderator is Ms. Nupur Tiwari. Nupur Tiwari is a motivational speaker, transformation and mindfulness coach. I would like to request Nupur Tiwari to handle this session. Over to you, Ms. Nupur Tiwari.
Okay. Apologies. So yeah, on your name it was Abhishek Chaudhary. So may I know your name, please?
Yes, this is Dhanashree Santa.
Okay, Dhanusri, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dhanusri. So yes, we are going to have our panel discussion now, and I think we are joined by 3 guests already, and we are waiting for Major General Bakshi. So I think within 1 or 2 minutes he will be here, because I just got his text that he will be here. So yeah, so maybe we can just wait for a minute, and let me just check whether he's at the it's getting smooth or not. I'm just calling him one more time, and uncle, हम लोग है already, आप आ जाइए, ठीक है? Okay. So yeah, he's going to be here. So maybe before I start to introduce my panelists, I think we should be joined by four of our panelists before I started. And as you know, we are also joined by Isogai-san, and Isogai-san was having his own session. So I think I don't have to introduce Isogai-san one more time, because he's a very known person there. And he's more Indian than Japanese, I guess. And yeah, so I think Pune knows Isogai-san more than Japan knows him now.
That's great.
Right.
Yeah, it's really true.
Yeah, very true. So that's why I thought, I was thinking of introducing my 4 panelists, but I thought, okay, I'm not going to introduce Isogai-san, definitely. That would be too much. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
So,
yeah.
Yeah, so yes, Major General Bakshi will be here soon, within a minute. And I'd like to congratulate the organizer of Konnichiwa Pune, that organizing such a wonderful program, especially, this pandemic. We need a lot of motivation. We need a lot of, more enthusiastic staff than before, because things are not normal anywhere in the world. And we have to be with each other. We have to motivate each other. We have to pull each other up, and we have to just face this situation everywhere in the world. And again, as we all know, that after the storm, the next day, even in the next day, the sun rises with the brightest form. So it is going to be, I think 2020, it's going to be really great for all over the world, the economy and every way. I think it is going to be great. And yeah, we are waiting for the great 2020. And during this pandemic, last year, I think Konnichiwa Pune did not happen because of the pandemic. And this year, so much courage you just accumulated to have it online. This is wonderful thing you are doing, and just making the bridge between 2 countries. So wonderful thing. Let me just see whether it's already, if he's having any problems, because I really want my 4 panelists, and then I start introducing them. And I think many people are watching, right? Many people are watching.
Yes, that's correct. And
Right,
we are
Dhanasri.
live on YouTube as well. So
Oh, you're live on YouTube as well. Okay, that's really wonderful. Okay, yeah, I can see. I think, yeah, he's calling me. Huh, Uncle? Okay, so Dhanasri, could you please let Major General GD Bakshi in? Because he's waiting.
Oh, okay, sure. Let me check.
Okay, Uncle. Okay, he's here.
Yeah, he's
so
here.
As you can see, yes. Connecting to audio, it says, and we all are here. I think
Yes, connected.
Yes, we are connected here. So everyone, so as I start with Namaste, Konnichiwa. Welcome to Konnichiwa Pune. So I'm going to start with my panelist, I would say my panelist, our panelist and distinguished guest, definitely. So I'm going to start with Major General G.D. Buxi. He's SM VSM. He's from 6 Jammu and Kashmir Rifles, commissioned in the Indian Army from IMA Dehradun in November 1971. He was awarded the Visist Seva Medal for commanding a battalion in the Kargil War. And not only that, I think you all know that he has written many books. So there are his books you will find on Amazon, on everywhere. He has definitely authored many books.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, yeah. We can hear you.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Okay, so
right.
Everyone.
Hi, Satoru.
Yeah, welcome to Konnichiwa Pune, Major General G.D. Buxi, and I have introduced you already, but now since you joined, so I'm going to do it again. So Major General G.D. Buxi, SM VSM. He is from 6 Jammu and Kashmir Rifles, commissioned in the Indian Army from IMA Dehradun in November 1971. He was awarded the Visist Seva Medal for commanding a battalion in the Kargil War. So welcome to Konnichiwa Pune, Major General G.D. Buxi.
Thank you so much for having me in this very prestigious conference with my very dear Japanese friend, especially Dr. Satoru Nagao. Belated happy birthday.
Wonderful. And the next guest, Dr. Satoru Nagao, a defense expert and fellow non-resident at Hudson Institute. And our third panelist, Professor Rajiv Shaw, Keio University. He is the professor of Keio University and he was awarded with Pravasi Bharatiya Award. And he believes that work is worship. And definitely, as I said before, I don't have to introduce Tomio Isogai-san. Mr. Tomio Isogai-san is ex-MD of SARP, and he's just making bridge between India and Japan. So thank you so much, 4 of you, for joining Konnichiwa Pune. Thank you. So now I'd like to start with Major General G.D. Buxi. Sir, what do you think the defense-wise, how India and Japan can be more close?
Thank you for initiating discussion on a very, very vital topic. If there are 2 countries in Asia and the world which can really counterbalance the growing power of a rising and aggressive China, it is India and it is Japan. These are the only 2 countries which have the military economic capacity to take on, contain, and counterbalance China. And I'm saying we are already part of the Quad arrangement, the quadrilateral of democracy. But even more than that, I think India and Japan should now head for a bilateral relationship which elevates from the strategic partnership level to the level next, because it is essential in the interests of our own 2 countries. We have seen how the United States has formed the AUKUS in addition to the Quad. In addition to the Quad, we have the AUKUS. You know, Australia, UK, and the United States have formed a grouping of countries with a very strong military component in which they are going to share nuclear submarine technology with Australia and help Australia build 8 nuclear submarines, which will, of course, in a very major way add to the deterrence against China. So, in addition to the Quad grouping of which we are already members, and as part of which we have our annual Malabar naval exercises and a lot of other cooperation, military to military cooperation ongoing, we now need to go to level next, which was the original vision of the Japanese Prime Minister and also the Indian Prime Minister. So, as I was trying to say, when we talk of military to military cooperation, we do. So I would suggest in very practical point form terms without beating around the bush that India and Japan firstly need to cooperate in space technology. India here has advantage of having started, I think, earlier. And to that extent, we can launch many more Japanese military satellites, reconnaissance satellites, communication satellites, and we can share rocket technology with them, and we can do joint space launches. Certainly, we could even think to the level of going up and setting up a space station at a point in time, because space is the next high ground. Space
Wonderful.
is,
Since
you
you are
control,
talking about
just like they
space,
used to say earlier, that, if you control anybody who has air superiority will win the war. In the Second World War, Japan had, because of its excellent naval aviation, had gained total air superiority by attacking the Pearl Harbor, destroying Pearl Harbor, and therefore their operations in Malaysia, Singapore, Burma were highly facilitated by air power. Space is the next high ground, and India and
okay,
Japan must cooperate very closely in space.
okay. So
Next,
since you talked about space, Major General okay,
no,
okay.
there are a few more points, please. I'll just finish. The other is cyber security. There, Japan has a great advantage, and Japan and India must cooperate in cyber security. Japan is building a fifth generation stealth fighter aircraft. So is India. This is another region where we could jointly produce a fighter. And that fighter would get us economies of scale, because many more would be required by the air forces of India and the air forces of Japan. So we could, work jointly to develop an Indo-Japanese fifth generation stealth fighter aircraft, right? Next would be, I think, one of the most experienced countries in submarine warfare is Japan, courtesy their experience in the Second World War. Even in submarine building, India and Japan could cooperate, could share technologies, could help one another. Next is we have developed a very good artillery 155 millimeter gun in our private sector. This is called the ATAG. The Kalyani Forge and the others have done that. The American 155 millimeter gun has a range of 45. Our gun has a range of 48 kilometers. The American gun has a 3 round per minute fire capabilities. Ours has 5 rounds. American gun has a noisy auxiliary propulsion unit. We have an electrical auxiliary propulsion unit. I'm sure India and Japan could cooperate in this and once again aim at economies of scale. BrahMos cruise missile. Vietnam is asking for it. A number of other countries are asking for it. And this will greatly, this is a supersonic cruise missile. We already have it and we are working on the hypersonic. So this is another area of major significant cooperation. And my personal suggestion is India as a nuclear power should give a guarantee to Japan and Vietnam that if any country threatens Japan with nuclear weapons, whether it is China, whether it is North Korea, any country threatens Japan or Vietnam with, these are both Buddhist countries. So we have a very special relationship with them. And we would not appreciate any country threatening Japan with nuclear weapons. We could at that stage have a kind of a treaty like we had an agreement with the Russians, that both countries in such threat or actual use would urgently hold joint consultation and take measures to thwart that threat to Japan, to Vietnam. Two Buddhist countries, two very brave countries which are threatened. India, since India is a nuclear power, I think it would be very, very much in the fitness of things if we extend our nuclear umbrella to Japan and to Vietnam. Till such time, Japan, they have their own debate, and if they want to, make their own nuclear weapons, because the threat to Japan is increasing exponentially, not only from China, also from a very, very unstable North Korea. So it is for Japan to decide whether they want to go nuclear at any stage. But as an interim solution, this is a personal suggestion, that I think India should offer Japan and Vietnam a nuclear kind of consultation and insurance agreement, that should somebody threaten to use nuclear weapons or do actual use of nuclear weapons against Japan and Vietnam, India will urgently consult with them to take measures to defuse that threat. So these are some of the suggestions that I have. As we go on, we can have more. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks.
So definitely your strength, reaching to Japan, and I'm sure that both government will listen to you, and definitely, both government will take steps towards the whatever your personal and those suggestions you have given today. So definitely we can feel that strength. We can feel that Indian Army strength. I can feel that so many thousand miles away. So since you talked about the space, so I'm going to the education sector. So education sector from Dr. Rajiv Shaw, Professor Rajiv Shaw is with us. So Professor Rajiv Shaw, what do you think, how we can Japan can attract more Indian students?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Nupur. Let us see that why people go to America. They go there to pursue American dream, right? I think we have not been able to show the Japanese dream to the youth of India. And to me, Japanese dream does not necessarily mean, or it is not exactly the American dream. If American dreams talks about technology and finance, I think the Japanese dream is more on innovation, more on omotenashi, which is the service-oriented mindset, healthcare, tourism, social innovation, and there are lots of other different sectors actually. And we often, our Indian students actually don't know all these aspects where there are lots of strength in Japan. 2 years back in Keio University, we established what we call the India Japan Laboratory with the objective to undertake some of the cutting edge bilateral, multilateral research on different topics, and also to enhance this higher education and the partnership, also facilitate this intellectual capital actually. We did some work. We have actually an Indian study course where we invite all different experts from different disciplines. We also do different types of idea incubation for the students, internship programs in Japanese companies, as well as undertake specific research in project. What we try to do actually, it's a balanced mix, I say, between Indian talents and the Japanese talents. And in India, this word called jugaad is quite common. And jugaad for our Japanese colleagues, jugaad is an Hindi word for innovation mixed, or what we call the improvised solution. And the whole India's ecosystem of startup, the startup ecosystem is actually built on this jugaad innovation. There has been actually a very good book on Jugaad innovation. If you just Google it, you will be able to see that. So this is, we have that mindset actually in India. And what Japan has, Japan, I often use these two words. One is omotenashi, as I mentioned, that is the quality of services. And that possibly makes Japan what Japan is. And another particular term in Japanese we call kaizen, which is the perfection. So this is a very traditional PDCA cycle, like whatever you make in Japan, plan, do, check, action, you see it, you see what are the faults there, and then make it better in your next model. And that is like the whole Japanese, like made in, whether it is car, whether it is like different electronics, whether it is the cameras, that Kaizen concept has actually made the quality of Japan. So this, I say that Jugaad and Omotenashi and Kaizen, that particular mixing can really make India and Japan the champion in the world. Major General Bakshi has given one example of why India and Japan should be the defense partner. And my argument would be why India and Japan should be more business than innovation partner is because we have that particular element in both the Indian youth as well as in the Japanese youth. And I'm sure that now many universities in Japan are interested in Indian studies and they are accepting. I just gave one example from my university, but there are many of them. Similarly, many of the universities in India, there are Japanese study centers which are established. But the issue is that many of the young people, they don't know this one, especially in India. And in that way, the platform like Konnichiwa Pune is extremely, extremely important to spread the message that yes, we have lots of potential in this particular bilateral relationship. We have strategic partnership established, and there are immense scope that Indian students come to Japan and does all the different types of studies, all the different elements which was Major General Bakshi pointed out. And many of the Japanese universities have that type of strategic studies programs. So why Indian students does not come to Japan is, I think it's failure from our side. The people who are in the universities in Japan, possibly, we have not been able to show that Japanese dream to the Indian students. I will stop here for the time.
So Dr. Rajesh said from our side, so you are from both sides. So from Indian side and from Japanese side. So it's like our sides. Yeah. So it's so now I'm going to Dr. Satoru Nagao. So Dr. Nagao, you heard both the panelists that the defense partnership and innovation partnership. So now I would like to know that what do you think? You are definitely a defense expert. So how Japan and India, you heard Major General G.D. Bakshi. What is your opinion? How we can be more close when it comes to defense and how we can protect each other?
Thank you very much for asking. Yes, of course, respectable Major General Bakshi explained most of it. So because I'm Japanese, I try to explain why Japan focusing on India, the view from Japan side. Indeed, Japan insists on two ideas. One is Indo-Pacific and the second one is Quad. Why Japan says so? Indeed, this idea is originally came from the Prime Minister Shinzo Abe's address in the Indian Parliament in 2007. Why he pointed out this idea? Why he want to introduce? Because there are three reasons, I think. First one is this region is rising. In the Pacific side and Indian Ocean side, both regions are rising. And this region will be the center of the world politics. What is the center of the world politics? Center of the world politics, originally we use this word to explain how influential Europe is. For example, if the big war has happened in Europe, influence will spread to the world and the people call this is world war. So World War I, World War II, every time Europe is center of the world politics. But now, the both Pacific side and Indian Ocean side, both regions are rising economically, but because of this region, country in this region are rising economically, they can buy weapons and they raise their defense budget. So militarily, this region is also influential. Now something happen in this region, the influence will spread to the world. So like Europe, now Indo-Pacific is rising region and center of the world politics. So that is the reason that he wants to introduce. But this region is under the threat because if China dominated this region, it is not a good situation for both India and Japan. That is the reason Shinzo Abe introduced not only the Indo-Pacific, but also the Quad at the same time. And in 2012, he published one article, Asia's Democratic Security Diamond. Why he published this? Because he need to explain how to deal with rising China or assertive China or China's aggressiveness. So Quad is the key. Quad is the key for the Indo-Pacific, for the secure of the Indo-Pacific. If India and Japan cooperate each other, we can divide China's defense budget two sides. That is very important because when we check China's activity in the South China Sea, when France withdraw from Vietnam, that timing China occupied half of the Paracel Island. And when US withdraw from the Vietnam, another half of the Paracel Island occupied by China. And when Soviet Union reduced their troops in Vietnam, they expand their influence to the Spratly Island and occupy the sixth feature of the Spratly Island. And when US troops withdraw from Philippines, China occupies the Mischief Reef. So when they find a power vacuum, when the power vacuum created by the changing military balance, they occupied it. So how to maintain military balance with China is the key to deter China's aggressiveness. If India and Japan cooperate each other, China need to divide their defense budget two sides. So now is the time for Quad. If Quad country cooperate each other, China need to divide their defense budget multi-direction. That is the reason how to maintain military balance is the key, and the Quad is the key in the Indo-Pacific. But in this case, why Prime Minister Shinzo Abe want to introduce this? Because India is the most important in the concept. Why he introduced this idea in Indian Parliament? Because India is the most important. Why? Because for US, Japan, US, Australia, this is alliance, formal alliance. There are plenty of chances to cooperate. But India is a newcomer. When we need to deal with China, we need to include India. That is the purpose to introduce Indo-Pacific and the Quad. So this is a concept to cooperate with India. So view from such a situation, if the people understand this, we can motivate, we can persuade the people how important India-Japan relation is. So this is a very important motivation that we need to explain again and again, and the people should understand. So view from this idea, this is my idea. Advertise this idea again and again. It's very important. Well, that's the answer of your question. Thank you.
Until unless people, they put it in their brain. So we have to just keep repeating this idea.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So I'm going to our fourth panelist, Mr. Isogai. So you heard, Mr. Isogai, that our three panelists from the education sector, from defense sector, what actually defense is very important for both countries. Without our security, the economy cannot grow. Definitely. And here we are getting closer day by day, India and Japan, not only defense, but every way. So now I'm coming to the work culture. The India and Japan, since still we have very different work culture. as Professor Shaw said, that jugaad and here kaizen, it's like totally opposite kind of thing, the totally opposite. So how do you think we can just bring peace there and we can collaborate? We can teach the Japanese working style to Indian and Indian working style to Japanese.
Well, okay, thank you for your question. I do believe from my heart that India and Japan can become the only strongest partners in the whole world from many reasons, from many historical backgrounds, some of the spirituality that we share each other. And even though we look different, we are seemingly different looking in terms of the work culture, as you said, and in terms of all the societal, value systems. Those are very different. So we look different. We physically look different as well. We mentally may be thinking differently, but spiritually in the mind and the hearts, we have something in common. I think which is very strong bonding between the two. And I believe there is no other country that can be shared equally. Only India and Japan. This is what I feel my heart. My heart means my blood and my skin, my five senses can detect that. Otherwise, I'm not here. I'm here in Pune, India. It's been 10 years now, right? Why I keep living here and working for Indo Japan relationship in many aspects. Security, as Major General told, and Nagano-san also agreed about the security issues. Without a doubt, no questions. India is a focal point in this Indo-Pacific region. No question about it. India has been a bit more independent, and India has been very much, diplomatically collaborating with many parts of the world. But now we should focus on how to fight against aggression by China. There's no doubt, there's no question, and we can do together a lot of work. And as Professor Shaw said, yes, jugaad is very, very important concept. I always teach, to the students. I always tell the students, as you may know, see, Japanese teamwork spirit and accountability combined with Indian jugaad concept, that can make the best manufacturing system in the world, because Japan has lost its competitiveness in the last 3 decades, big time. And China has got onto the top of the competitiveness. Why? Very simple. China has the jugaad concept. Japan does not. But India has that. So when we get together, working in, closely, the important thing is understanding each other and respecting each other, and to complement each other, to work out, to come up with as any project, either in the security, either in the defense system, either in the airspace, technologies, or in the IT or IoT, AI industry, whatever it is. I do believe the Japanese minds are very much stronger in the hardware, making the things in the hardwares, right? Of making things in a perfect quality. We are very good at it. But Indian people have the jugaad, which is the flexibility, adaptability, see, and adjustability to the environment. And this jugaad concept can bring us to the strengths that we have never had before. And that is the reason why we lost the competitiveness to China. They had that. See? So we need to come back again to work together for this concept in any fields, any aspects. That's my,
So
you know, all the,
from Kaizen to Jugaad.
yeah. Kaizen is always a part of the quality assurance, right?
Okay.
Perfect quality. That is, that's been done already in the past. Japan has made this standard very, very strategically and intensively. Now India should learn that. But Japan also should learn from Indian people how to make it under the Jugaad concept, to make it a competitive, you know, a product and service in any fields, any fields. Yeah.
Wonderful.
That's my point.
Thank you. So now I'm again going back to Major General G.D. Baxi. So, sir, actually, now you heard from our two Japanese panelists that what Japan is thinking and what Japan is, the way Japan works. So now, since I know Indian Army a little bit, I have been taking a lot of interviews, all Indian armies, all officers. So I personally feel that Indian Army and Japanese working culture, very similar. The very specific, like Kaizen, like very, very similar, like excellence, totally perfection is there. So Japanese society, the perfection is very much there, Kaizen and whatever, all these things, the way they make their product, and Indian Army, totally perfect, and they're wonderful people. So now my question to you, that how we can, Indian Army and the Japanese Army, which is actually you know that how excellent it was, and definitely still it is, how we can just bring them together and train each other, and we can be more excellent and lead these two countries, the best countries in the world. Your points, please.
The question is addressed
to you, sir.
All right. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the viewpoint of our Japanese brothers. I will not call them friends, I will call them brothers, right? And our civilizational traditions go back centuries. They worship the Saraswati, they worship the Lakshmi, Indian gods in different names. Our gods are the same. We share the bonds of Buddhism, right? And then in recent history, no other country has helped India to be free. And let me state it bluntly, had it not been for Japan, India would never have gotten its freedom in 1947 because of the great help that Japan gave to Subhash Chandra Bose and the Azad Hind Fauj, right? And everybody knows about Justice Radha Binod and what he did during the so-called war crime trials, etc. So our relationships are very deep. Now they are need-based relationships. We need one another. If you have to fight, contain, or deal with a very hostile China, which is getting aggressive on our borders, getting aggressive in the East China Sea, South China Sea against Taiwan, then we have a compulsion to cooperate. We have a compulsion. There is no way. I mean, as a military thinker, military strategist, there is no option. These two countries have to come together. We need to increase people-to-people relations. You know, I would like to inform the learned professor that a number of our corporate entities, I go give talks to corporate talks to our friends in the corporate sector in India. They are all coming to Kaizen. They have adopted Kaizen. The Indian Armed Forces studied Kaizen very closely and are trying to adopt it. We are learning from one another. That is the osmosis that must take place. We need to increase people-to-people cooperation. You know, there is a need in India to increase language skills of Japanese. That is how we will be able to really take advantage of the Japanese educational sector, the Japanese private sector, the business sector. Now is the time for businesses to cooperate. because we found that the bureaucracy in India is a big stumbling block. Even though the Prime Minister had expressed this thing, they kept trying to find out about the price of the amphibious aircraft, this, that, and the other. They were frankly an obstacle. So I would say that we let the bureaucracy go. We work direct with the Japanese private sector, our private sector. We set up cooperative. We encourage Japan to shift whatever manufacturing capacity they have in China to India. Our labor is cheap, our labor is good, and we will offer, ease of doing business. Prime Minister Modi has done a lot. I know we had problems, and problems due to bureaucratic mindset, obstructionist, delay, don't take a decision, obstruct decision, delay decision. That is very extremely sad, and we get quite frustrated sometimes in our armed forces at the attitudes of the bureaucracy, because I thought the India-Japan relationship should have moved much, much faster, much deeper. There is need to go, speed up this thing and increasingly, urgently increase people-to-people contact. Satoru-san has done a great job in increasing India-China, our link with one another and our understanding of one another. I would like more Japanese friends, more Japanese brothers and sisters to come into this, increase people-to-people contact across the board, whether in business, whether in military, whether in outer space, nuclear field, whichever field Japan wants, we would like to increase contact, have more Japanese firms investing in India, big startups, creating industries, Indo-Japanese, cooperating with our firms so that we keep the bureaucracy out. And you will find things will go much faster. One idea that I have to increase people-to-people contact between Japan and India is, and we are already working on it. I have spoken to the Ministry of Culture. I am in deep contact with them. And we are saying we should promote a Buddhist pilgrimage tourism circuit in India. And we would request our Japanese friends to help, where the Lord Buddha was born, where he preached first in Sarnath, where he passed away, where he went all over. That whole circuit is being developed. We are trying to create airfields there, airports, better hotels to high-end tourists, mid-class tourists, low-end tourism, cheaper tourism, but we want it in the mass to encourage the people of the Buddhist countries to come here on a Hajj scale. You see the scale of the Hajj pilgrimage in Saudi Arabia, where the Muslims of the world come there. So why can't the Buddhists of the world come to India from South Korea, from Japan, from Taiwan, from Vietnam, the whole of Southeast Asia, Burma, Ceylon, Mongolia, you name it, all of us come there so that people-to-people contact will increase. That is what we are now trying to do. And we have one circuit of the Buddhist pilgrimage circuit in the north, where Lord Buddha was, where he preached, where he lived, where he passed away, he attained Mahanirvan. There is another circuit south, the Buddhist cave circuit, Ajanta, Ellora, Pittalkhora, Pitangalya, Vihar. Then even in Andhra, there are sites linked with Buddhism. So we will develop those, circuits so that people-to-people contact increases, and we learn to, have much greater contact. Before World War I, World War II, Japanese painters had come to Shanti Niketan. Artists, they had taught our people their style, that we tried to create a fusion of the Japanese style. Rabindranath Tagore did that. Why is that not happening now? That should happen. And the Ministry of Culture, the Minister of State for Culture, Madam Meenakshi Lekhi, very dynamic lady. She is now taking full steps to reach out to Japan. By the way, we are trying to build a war memorial to the INA in front of the Red Fort, a huge statue for Netaji on our Rajpath. We made this thing. So all these projects are on. And then we will invite General Fujiwara and his family. I believe he is unfortunately no longer with us. So the family, we will try and get them over. Families of those who helped the INA. Japanese, we will try and get them to India. This is the 125th anniversary year of Netaji Subhash Bose. A major year in which to increase contact, increase points of contact. We must do that. And like I said, the Indian and the Japanese military industries must cooperate in building a fifth generation fighter, building submarines, building warships, building artillery guns. Possibly, why can't we design a joint tank for amphibious operations? There's so much Japanese experience there. The Japanese have one of the world's best military cultures, the samurai culture, the knights of the Bushido. And we have recent combat experience. Last 40, 45 years, our army has been fighting, Air Force, Navy, more or less they have been fighting non-stop. So the recent combat experience we will share with them, and the Japanese military culture of the samurai tradition is so strong. So with the two of us, we can be an unbeatable combination. And
Unbeatable
we can
combination.
make China run for its money, not only in Asia, in the rest of the world. We must cooperate. We have no option but to cooperate. And whatever hesitancies there are, we have to overcome. There's no question. If the language is the problem, the Indian students are pretty good. They are pretty hardworking. Let them learn the Japanese language and let them learn it fast. And I'm sure vice versa. You see how well Satoru San is communicating with us now. He comes almost every year to India. I would like more Japanese scholars to come to India. I would like more Indian scholars and retired military to reach out to the Japanese military, call them for seminars, call them for discussions, talks, and more of this. Our people should go there. Their military people, retired people should come here. Serving people are already interacting. We need to double, treble, increase this 10 times. It is not to my, personally, we think the vision that Prime Minister Shinzo Abe had and Prime Minister Modi had has not been fully implemented.
We have to implement now, from now.
Have to do it. And these are the kind of programs that you are doing, Nupur. You have also been doing a great service to the India-Japan friendship, brotherhood. And we would like you to encourage and have many more such webinars. Webinars cost nothing. Webinars cost nothing. You don't even have to pay for tickets and hospitality. So let's start with these straight away. Have more of these, have one a week. This is what I would like to tell you.
With your blessing, let's start it. With your blessing.
आपके आशीर्वाद से शुरू कर देते हैं. Japanese Cultural Society, I am now forgetting the name. They are in touch with a number of our people, and they have poetry reading sessions. There are Indians writing poetry in the haiku style, and trying to learn. I was just yesterday at a poetry reading session where a poet from India, Virendra Gupta, who studied the Japanese poetry, and he was composing poetry in English in the Japanese style, haiku style. And so there are so many points of contact, and the time has now come that we shed all inhibition. There are naysayers on both sides. There are people who started saying when we were talking of Japanese submarine or the Japanese amphibious aircraft, oh, this is very costly, what is this? You forget the cost. We will have to now go non-commercial if we want to, go the extra mile to reach out to one another. So
Okay.
The bureaucratic mindset is the biggest thing to new ideas. They just want to go with what has been happening. We buy arms from Russia, we buy arms from France, and we will continue the buy. We'll have to break, it will have to change. And now India wants to produce its own. So we go for joint production with Japanese firm. Mitsubishi is a world-class firm. I mean, they have been producing weapons since World War II. So we now need to get together. We now need to ramp up the speed. And as Satoru very rightly pointed out, even if we don't get into kinetic operations together against China, the very fact that we are cooperating in defense means China cannot bring all its military resources to bear against India. China cannot bring all its military resources to bear against Japan or Taiwan or Vietnam, because it has to deal with India. And an India that is getting stronger by the day. And we had it out with the Chinese recently, and they are quite shaken up. We would like to do more. We would like to do more, even if we have, even if we don't cooperate in kinetic operations for some reason of the bureaucracy is trying to put in force. The very fact that we are cooperating militarily, Japan is going strong militarily, India is going strong militarily, means China has to divide its attention. This central thesis of Satoru is excellent, and it must go home to the meanest intelligence.
Thank you.
We are diverting China's attention.
So let's divert China's attention. So
China's strategy is one single direction, strategic direction. They want to focus on one. Don't let them focus on one.
Okay, let's do that. So I'm going to Professor Shaw. Professor Shaw, as you heard that Major General Bakshi, he said people-to-people contact, and he's encouraging the Indian to learn Japanese. So what do you feel as a professor, sir, that the Japanese, Indians should learn Japanese or Japanese should learn English? Like, what do you think? Which would be better?
Hindi.
Thank you. Chalo Hindi bolte hain. Satoru-san, Hindi. Asta kara. Yes, Professor Shaw.
Thank you. I think we are going in the age where the language really doesn't matter. Whether you speak Hindi, whether you speak Japanese, whether you speak English, doesn't matter actually. And with all the new technologies, what Japan is proposing, I'm not sure whether our Indian colleagues or friends are aware about what called Society 5.0, which is a very technology-oriented, human-centric, futuristic society, which brings many different sectors together, whether it is health, education, tourism, agriculture, all different sectors together. And you really don't need the actual language. Like I was seeing some small video by Kedan Rain Japan Business Federation that you are talking in your own language. Like it was very interesting, like one Japanese, one Indian, one Spanish, and one American. They were speaking in their own language. And I think that's the world should be after maybe 5 years down the line and 10 years down the line, and all these different like AI-based translation. So I think any person should be encouraged to have the education in their mother tongue. And why Japan is now Japan? Because Japan's higher education is in Japanese. And in India, what we do, that our higher education, we do it in English. But our higher education, a person feel more comfortable to understand the more, like we do it actually other way. We do like our elementary school, junior high school, usually in India, in maybe in your own language, but then your higher education, when you need to grasp that particular aspect or grasp the complexity of the subject, then you go to the foreign language. I personally did it. I am from West Bengal. I did all my studies up to class 12, which is the high school. I did it in Bengali. And then when I went to the university, instantly I started in English. And it was very difficult for me to understand all the difficult terms, to whether I should focus more on the language or whether I should focus more on the subject. So I think with the advancement of the technology, I think that barrier should be overcome very soon. And it really doesn't matter which language we will be talking. But I would like to also highlight one thing, like going back to this people-to-people connection. And we really hope that more Indian students come to Japan for studies, and also the other way, more Japanese students should go to India for studies. There are still very restricted number of opportunities, like the scholarship. The most famous one, the Ministry of Education scholarship, which is the MEX scholarship. Still, with that Indian population, we have only 40 or 45 MEX scholarship, which is similar as Vietnam or Indonesia. We see the population distribution is totally like unrealistic to have that limited number of scholarship. You know that in every year from India to US, the students go in the level of 100,000, around 150 to 200,000. In all the difficulties between India and China, do you know how many Indian students go to China every year? It's the level of 10 to 12,000 Indian students are going to China. And how many Indian students are coming to Japan? It was earlier around 1,200. And in recent years, it has increased to 1,400 to 1,600. So still it is 1/10. Still it is 1/10 of the students who are going to China. Why still Indian students are going to China? Because of, again, like the scholarship. In many of the Chinese universities, they are providing scholarships. In Japan also, the recent concept of the scholarships have been changing. When I came here 27 years back, it was the Ministry of Education scholarships. But I think now there are lots of private scholarships which are coming up. I talked about the India Japan laboratory. We are actually discussing very closely with Kedan Ren, which is the Japan Business Federation, to start some new the scholarship for the Indian student, because it is for the sake of the very existence of many Japanese companies that they need high-skilled professionals from India. So the Business Federation only, and I agree with General Bakshi, that when you talk about the government to government, there are lots of bureaucracy. But that when the private sector comes, and that's why we are working more with this Business Federation, try to encourage them, that try to bring more Indian students to Japan, and then Japanese universities, and then ultimately try to enter into the Japanese companies. And I have seen actually in recent year, even a couple of my students, they have joined Japanese companies, but it is not only just in Japan or India. Like they are actually heading the bases in, say, for example, in Dubai, they are in Singapore. So within this India-Japan bilateral collaboration, I think with the Indian mind and the Japanese mindset, with the Indian education system and the Japanese education system, as Isogai-san mentioned, that it is totally different, but there are lots of commonalities, and the commonalities are the spirituality and that human touch. I think that can really, in the business sector also, in the innovation sector also, that can really lead the business in the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Professor So. So now we're going to Dr. Nagao. Dr. Nagao, so you heard that people-to-people contact and the language, actually, Professor So also said. So what do you think that language can be barrier when it comes to defense or any other sector? Language can be barrier?
Of course, language is a barrier, especially for Japanese, indeed. Japanese cannot speak English well in most cases. That is the reason when we met Americans, we cannot communicate. Of course, in front of Indian, we cannot communicate. That's the situation. That's true. Japanese can speak Japanese. That is one of the important definition why we are Japanese. But at the same time, we need to improve this situation. And why India can speak English well? Because Indians speak a lot. Japanese do not speak a lot, even if between Japanese. So we need to train. So in this case, what should we do? One of the solution is if Indian teacher, English teacher come to Japan and teach Japanese English, that is one of the solution. And at the same time, if India set up the good school, accept many Japanese students to learn English, that is another solution. So English is very important key. Of course, Hindi is also good, but at the same time, Hindi, if Japanese want to learn Hindi, this is only specific for India. But if we can use English, we can communicate many other countries, including all of the Quad countries. So, view from the security issue, language barriers exist, that's true. But at the same time, I need to point out one more thing. One more thing is very important. Why Japan ally with other country? Indeed, this is not directly related with human-human connection. Human-human connection is very important. People-to-people exchange is very important. But view from the security or the tendency of the Japan's alliance, and this is not the most important factor. Because when Japan ally with the British, most important reason is deteriorating relation with Russia. When Japan ally with the Germany, most important reason is deteriorating relation with the United States. When Japan allied with the United States, most important reason is expanding communism in the China and Vietnam in the continent. So, view from this, the rising China is good coordinator for India and Japan to strengthen relations. So now is the time to ally, and now the time to cooperate. After that, we should deepen the people-people relation. So we can do it, I think, because thanks to China. Thank you very much.
That's a very cute way you said, thanks to China. Chinese are feeling proud. So definitely now I'm going back to Tomio-san, to Isogai-san. Isogai-san, this is actually your subject also, people-to-people contact and how we can stop the made in China and we can have more made in Japan and made in India. So your view, please.
Yeah. I've been doing this activities for long. You know, the people-to-people connect, and especially my focus is on the younger generation. Younger generation does not mean the undergraduates or postgraduates. I'm now focusing on to the even lower, I mean, the younger, sector, like junior high school and high schools. So from 9th to 12th standard. I started just to collaborate with some institutions here in India and Japan to make some exchange programs so that they get to know each other. Obviously, they have to speak in English, but certain schools are okay to do that. So my point is, because of this, making friendship in between the two countries by the younger generations, then it will reflect a stronger bonding in the future. In the business circles, the competition is very tough. In the business circles, Japanese, business people, they don't like to discuss with Indian people, in general, because Indian people are very strong negotiators, right? So in the business field, the dialogue between India and Japan is very tough, sometimes not successful, sometimes very painful. But in between the youngsters, the children, they don't have such conflict in interest, right? So they can be easily coming up with a strong friendship. That friendship can lead to the confidence and trust each other, respect each other. And when they grow up, when they go out in the society, a part of the members of the society, they can be, acting as ambassadors to each other. So this bring out a strong bonding for the two nations. I'm talking about 2050, not 2030, not even 2030. I'm looking at 2050 to be the time when we see India and Japan, the strongest allies, and in the very important, economic power in the world. I believe this will happen. Thank you.
Wonderful. So today's discussion, I think we have learned a lot of things from different perspective, and from, our panelists are from different background and defense background, corporate background, education background, and they all are the best at their own field. And that is the beauty today. So actually the people-to-people contact, and definitely having the securing India and Japan's border, and definitely, those things, how we can have without even language barrier, how we can communicate more. So these points, I think we have learned from our 4 distinguished panelists and guests. And I think this is already the time. And thank you so much. Thank you so much, Major General G.D. Bakshi. Thank you, Professor Rajiv Saw. Thank you, Dr. Satoru Nagao, and thank you, Isogai-san. Thank you so much for joining. And this is just the beginning, as you suggested, Major General G.D. Bakshi, that we should do a lot of stuff. I have been doing, and definitely I should do more. And definitely let's do it. Let's make bigger and broader bridge between India and Japan. And one more thing for the viewers, I would like to say that the Indian Army is very, since I have been taking many interviews of very many Indian Army's officers, so I can say from my personal experience that the moral values are very high. As you can see, as you heard that Major General Bakshi said, not my friends, but my brothers. I think you have already noted that, and they are just wonderful people, the people from Indian Army, and definitely, my personal, personally, I have been experiencing it. And all 4 of our distinguished guests, thank you so much for joining. Thank you for your time and so much knowledge you did spread. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Namaste, arigatou gozaimashita.
Arigatou gozaimasu.
Thank you very much,
Thank you very much.
Nupur-san. Thank you very much to all the panelists. I think I don't need to say any words because you have concluded it so wonderfully, and we really had a fruitful discussion. I would just like to say a thank you for being with us, join us, and had a discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dhanasri-san. Thank you. Thank you. So our panelists, we can leave now. Just thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. So we will have some break for now, and we will join back on 3 p.m. We are going to have a next panel discussion again on challenges in business development between India and Japan. We will have this discussion at 3 p.m. in noon. Thank you. Thank you very much. Be with us.
Hello, Raj-san, how are you?
All good, sir.
All good.
Going on? How are things?
All well, all well.
All well. I think this is now live or not yet?
No, well, it's not yet. I don't know how they done it live, but I presume it's live because it shows live recording.
It shows live, but are we on stage or not? That's the.
No, I think it's a standard Zoom format, so I think it's.
Okay.
Otherwise, these days, I think the number of platforms available for virtual events is just going up and up, leaps and bounds.
Correct.
Of course. How is the fever on the new SSW TITP now in Japan from India?
SSW is not much because there is no examining centers in India, right now.
Like January, they'll do one first exam.
Yes. So Till that happens, I think SSW, I think I heard that there's one team that came, but those guys actually wrote their exams in Indonesia.
Oh, well, I don't know whether how, that is Navis, Bangalore.
Yes, Navis.
Yeah, so three
Raj
people.
San,
Yeah.
I didn't confirm with him if it's true or not, but yeah, that's what I heard.
So I think they wanted to prove a point, and so they got it done. If it is, I'm sure it's true because it's been fairly advertised now.
Yeah.
And yeah, but
yeah, if that's true, then that's a pretty good achievement, because despite not having examination centers in Japan, in India, I think taking the pains of going to Indonesia, write the exams, and bringing them here is definitely a good achievement.
Yes. I think Rajkumar San has also spent a lot of time. I mean, he's been in Japan long, so
yes.
He knows the whole picture.
But I think once examination centers in India opens up, I think that will be a good break for Indian youth to come in. Because right now TITP is very rigid in terms of this one, in terms of requirements and everything. And the documentation is huge, because I've gone through the whole thing. So documentation is huge. So SSW, I think, is a bit more relaxed in those terms.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think there should be a lot more people doing SSW than TITP.
Okay.
Hello. Good afternoon, everybody.
Good
afternoon. We are meeting
Dharshi.
again after the short break. And I'm really glad that the panelists are already discussing in the session. So I guess the interesting session has already started. But I would like to tell once again that we are having this panel discussion. The topic is challenges in business development between India and Japan. The moderator is Rajiv Gupta. Our panelists are Mr. Anil Raj, founder of Raj Group Japan, Mr. Abhishek Chaudhary, VP Industrial Relation, Indo Japan Business Council, then Mr. Sunil Kulkarni, CEO Fidel Technologies KK. I would like to briefly introduce Mr. Rajiv Gupta, a moderator. Rajiv Gupta is a serial entrepreneur and has a diverse interest based in the Northeast and also in the parts of the country. He has many firsts to credit his, including set up India's first fully integrated modern farm to grow fresh roses for export. Exporting fresh cut flowers to Japan was no small feat, which he ably executed. He pivoted from fresh flowers to home textiles to fixed price retailers and sales promotion companies in Japan. He has now set up Northeast India's first Japan-focused enterprise under the banner of Japan Center of Excellence and promotes youth for Japan. He is an alumni of the erstwhile famous Student East Eminent School, Shillong, and the premier institution BITS Pilani, as well as ASCI Hyderabad. With the JXC, he is keen developed to good quality of human capital from Northeast region of India to cater to the growing demand in aging Japan and also Japanese enterprises in India and around the world. Over to you, Mr. Rajiv.
Thank you, Dhanashri. Am I audible to everybody?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you for this introduction, and good afternoon to everybody. Konbanwa, namaste, and a warm welcome to this business session at Konnichiwa Pune 21. We are just on time. The topic for this session is challenges in business development between India and Japan. The format for this session, we would like to keep in terms of a round of questions, which will be rotated among the panelists. The panelists will then also get the opportunity to introduce themselves and during the first round. We'll get the views from everybody and then take it forward to the second set and the third set as the time permits. For the benefit of the audience, I have with me a lineup of an esteemed panelists who are entrepreneurs having made a mark for themselves in Japan over a number of years. Over the next 1 hour or so, let us hear from them, and hopefully at the end of the session, we can have some great learning and great takeaways. In the sequence, I would like to give a brief introduction, of course, of the body, starting with Mr. Anil Rajsan, an ex-techie from the banking domain, and his business ranges from Indian chain of restaurants to schools, travel, leisure, imports, exports, etc. His business success he attributes to two main mantras: create a need or address one. Look forward to hearing. We're going to the next panelist, Mr. Sunil Kulkarni. He is the CEO of Fidel Group 97. He is one of our great technocrats. He and his team works closely with SMEs as well as top-tier Japanese companies in the area of technology, localizing and consulting services. Well, in the world of globalization and securing a business is important. Patents and trademarks play an important role in this regard. We have with us Mr. Abhishek Chaudhary. He's the Vice President also of Indo Japan Business Council and one of the key stakeholders in sort of implementing this program where we are participating today. He's the Director of NanoBiz India Private Limited, a boutique consulting helping Japanese companies expand their business in India and US. He's an Indian patent agent and also recipient of for his excellent contribution in the field of patents. Again, legal issues to become stable, and therefore proper documentation, contracts, accounting legalities, etc. need to be taken care of. We would like to hear this perspective from Mr. Harshad Rathod, who is a practicing lawyer, mainly in the civil and corporate laws. He provides legal advice to various Indian and Japanese companies for cross-border M&A and business alliances and disputes. He's a legal advisor to various companies in India from diverse fields of industries like automobile, biotech, retail, fintech, etc. And he also represents Japanese law firm as their Indian desk in India. With this short introduction, welcome all. Thank you for being with us today and look forward to an hour of constructive deliberations, which can have a lot of impact on the audience to take away some facts, which I'm sure you will have a lot to give. I'll start with the first question that outlined and take it in sequence to get a perspective from everybody. So one of the things that is noticed is there is a vast difference in the Indian style of decision making and the Japanese style. My question here is, what are the main reasons? Then, do you feel that long time decisions and discussions that the Japanese take is very frustrating? And hence, does it require an ecosystem the business, do we need to actually develop an ecosystem where both sides are able to understand the business aspects of both countries? What should the ecosystem contain? So it's divided in two parts. The decision making by the Japanese, is it a deterrent? And what do we involve? Do we really need to build an ecosystem to actually achieve results? And what should it involve? So Anil-san, I'll start with you. And with your years of experience, I'm sure you have a lot to say about this.
Thank you, Rajiv-san. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think you were breaking in between. I don't know if everybody else have faced that problem or not. So some parts of the questions were broken. So yeah, I understand that in general you were looking at the decision-making process of India and Japan. So basically, having been here for 22 years and having been into business between India and Japan for 16 years. Yes, you're right. The decision-making process of Japan is quite slow because they focus more on the micro levels and their focus is more on the consensus-based decision-making, right? So the consensus-based decision-making takes a lot of time. But having said that, their execution is very fast. The ones they have decided, the execution is very fast. In contrast, Indian side, they have a let's say a single point or dual 1 or 2 points of decision making. They don't we don't go through a consensus based because there's a manager who decides everything, right? In Japanese system, even if the manager has the right to decide, he will never decide on his own. He will actually get a consensus from everybody, right? That takes a lot of time, right? That is one aspect to it. And the second aspect to it is the decision making in the Indian system is more at a macro level, right? So if at a macro level things look good, the decision is already made. The decision is made. But for the Japanese, they need the micro level details for a decision to be made. So this is one of the major reasons why it takes a lot of time. And yes, that actually frustrates the Indian side. The long decision making frustrates the Indian side, and vice versa also. When the Indian side is very aggressive and they want results faster, it frustrates the Japanese side also. So both sides, it's there, and that is where I would say people like us in the panel who have India-Japan experience can smoothen that, right? Smoothen that, because we have experience of both sides, the India and Japan side, and bridging that would help this ecosystem of Japan-India relationship, right? Because without without what you call a bridge which understands both sides, I think it will be difficult to have a successful project or a successful business relationship here. That is my take on it. And coming to the ecosystem that we have to build is, let's say we have to build interactions such as Konnichiwa Pune, which IJBC is doing a very good job about bridging this gap and smoothing and bringing the understanding between Indian side and the Japan side, right? So that this itself is a part of the ecosystem, I would say, and we would have to build on this to develop more interactions between the Indian side and the Japanese side. So that will actually reduce. I see it has reduced in the past 5-6 years, right? Ever since PM Abe and PM Modi had those initial conversations, I've seen a lot of improvement in the Japan side, on the Japan side, and also a lot of interactions between India and Japan. So I think that also is a part of the ecosystem that we probably will have to try and build it to the next level. Hope I've answered your question.
Oh, thank you so much. That's a good perspective. That basically that means there is a bridge always required in India-Japan business development relationship.
Let me also at a final point, let me also share an interesting point where this decision-making process, consensus-based decision-making process actually has its roots. The decision-making process of Japanese firms has its roots in Japan's feudal period. Large population depended on rice farming, and rice farming was not what you call due to economies of scale. Rice farming was done collectively, and the decisions that were made was done collectively, and that is where probably I heard that the roots of this consensus-based decision making lies. That's an interesting fact from there.
Very, very interesting anecdote, very interesting fact.
Yeah.
Although rice farming in India is also a collective way of doing it, but I think we have left it to rice farming.
Yes, yes.
So taking the same topic, Sunil-san, you have also developed your business from scratch in Japan.
Yeah.
What is your perspective on this fact and going about it, both from a point of view of decision making as well as an ecosystem development, because you know the India side also very well.
Correct. So thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for inviting me to this panel today. Thanks to Konnichiwa Pune IGBC to create this platform between Japan and India and foster some dialogue, communication, business, and education amongst participants. I hope I am audible.
Yes, you are.
Yeah. So thanks to Anil as well. He has covered some of those points. Yeah. So basically, I think each country, meaning, has its own way of doing things, right? Business in India. So if a Japanese comes to India, they struggle in India. Vice versa, when we go to Japan, we struggle. So a point is whom to talk to. Like if I'm going to Toshiba or if I'm going to Hitachi, how to start, meaning, so or whom to start with. So many times what happens is till reaching that exact right person who will open doors for you, that itself takes time when you go to Japan. Likewise, it happens in India as well. And there, I think, as Anil mentioned, you need, if there is someone who actually points out that talk to this person or connect to this person, and then that reduces or condenses that some time frame to reach that. Two, as again, in Japan, the decision making is slow. One other reason is the timelines that they look for. So in Japan, if my own personal health life is for 100 years, my retirement is still 70 years, I don't have any pressure to take any quick decision, right, tomorrow. Or so many times, even my Japanese friends tell me, like, Sunil, why you are hurrying so much? You should make all the mistakes till the age of 50. After 50, you start thinking seriously about your business. And I say, like, either in India, people want results in 18 months. My own employees ask me, why aren't we growing fast, and so on. Whereas my Japanese counterpart is saying, take it slow. Why too much hurry? So the timelines that they see versus we are seeing sometimes are a bit different. So many times we just want to rush in. So again, that's one thing where we need to moderate our expectations sometimes. And thirdly, I think is again, as the decision making is different. Obviously, in India has different making. But now that we all know that Japan has this consensus making, each of these participant or stakeholder who is involved in that consensus making needs some different set of information. So even if I want to take a product, if I am trying to sell something, if I'm trying to take say agri product or whatever, the manager will look from a say cost perspective or something. The engineer might look from a security or a quality perspective because they have to maintain that product or something. So many times what happens is our own preparation, my own preparation, even after 20 years in Japan or whatever, it's not enough. So if somebody is able to take all these documents or whatever required thing from each perspective, you again condense that decision making. Because otherwise, every time you go, they are going to ask, hey, by the way, you talked about security, and what about quality? Next time you take about quality, somebody asks, hey, what about space? Why is this much space required? Why is not this much space? And so on. You just, and then you feel that, okay, it's going to take 2 years. So again, how to address this? Who are the stakeholders and what I'm supposed to do all this? So again, this could help one in moderating expectation about the so one is that part where decision making, yes, it takes time, obviously due to differences in business, what they want, what each stakeholder wants, timelines they see. Lastly, I feel both ways it takes same time. In Japan, in India, what happens is we want, chalo yaar, shake hands karte, immediately we want to start something. Let's go. Without planning, we'll jump in, and anyway, it will take 1 year, because now when it comes, then we start planning and we might end up. Whereas in Japan, when you do business, it takes anyway 6 months, 8 months to decide something, and last 2 months they will again do the same planning exactly. So again, it takes 1 year same. So by and large, I think it takes time, but again, ecosystem is important. Organizations like IJBC are important. People who are staying there, like Anil is there, you are there, or Yogi-san is there. Whoever are there can be connected, and again, information or their trust can be leveraged. The trust that they have created in that market or the society can be leveraged to reach out again and understand better. So, and lastly, training of your own staff or own members, sales team, or the pre-sales team, or the delivery teams is equally important in building that ecosystem. Yeah, thanks a lot. I hope I have covered some points.
I think one of the points, I have also a personal experience from what you mentioned, that every time I think they have multiple spaces in which they take the decision. As you said, somebody's talking of space, and somebody's talking of technology, and somebody's talking of the financial parts, you know, and 3Coins and all these people, the amount of samples you take color A and they said, oh, didn't you bring color B and C? And, you know, carrying 3 suitcases up 4 floors, there's no Ramus, right, in Japan. So, so yeah, so this is something definitely there. So Abhishek-san, you know, you've been dealing with patents, and I'm sure patents, etc., form a very important part of the decision making with respect to also the basic business in Japan. So coming to the same topic of decision making, what would be your take on this? Can I see Abhishek-san there?
Yes, I am here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can hear you.
Yes. I think Anil-san and Sunil-san already explained very well the overall decision-making process and how it can be influenced.
Yeah.
So I have only 3 things to say. One is on definitely you mentioned about patents. So patents in general, patents is a long decision-making process. In India, if you see people come up with an invention and they just wanted to go and file a patent, whether it is patentable, this, that, nobody bothers. Now people have started bothering. But if you look at from Japanese perspective, the interesting thing is once you have a patent, they will rigorously take it through all the process of understanding, yes, whether it makes commercial sense to go for a patent. Is it really the new one, that the new technology that we have to patent? So there also their decision making process is very well defined, streamlined with respect to, I mean, compared to Indian MNCs. So that is there. And also what I believe is that in general, overall, if I see decision making process, I have realized that, and from the business development point of view, when we have internal influencers, the time taken for getting to a final level of execution is definitely the same. But if you have an influencer and if you are keeping in touch, it's relationship driven. It's not one transaction. Okay, I have done one transaction and my job is over. I have given one sales presentation and my job is over. It's not that way. I have given one sales presentation, then I have found something interesting for them. So we keep passing on. Then there is something else we are touch basing with them. And slowly you build up the relationship over a period of time, and then you finally start reaping on the fruits. So these I think are the best things. And the third point from my side will be, over a period of time, if you see lot, I mean, right now, definitely not that much of Indian philosophy influencing Japanese businesses compared to Japanese business philosophy trying to influence Indian businesses sometimes, or at least who are there. But over a period of time, it might come that Japanese business, I mean, decision-making process will get little more, time dependent. And when some Indians are expecting that, okay, fine, overnight things are going to happen, they will also come to a level of understanding that, okay, it's at least not 18 months, but we have to wait for 6 months, 1 year, build the relationship, and then it will happen. So as an organization, the more and more dialogues we will have, there will be a cultural shift over a period of time, not today, tomorrow, but maybe 1 decade, 2 decades, 3 decades time, that we will probably be able to influence even Japanese decision making, or at least convey some message that, okay, you are taking a decision with well thought out process, but maybe you have to cut down some time on that just to be global. So this is just a thought, and as an organization, if you can bridge those things, then it's nothing like it.
Great. So this is on the decision making. What would be your take on the next one, which is, from a development of an ecosystem? Because it's always largely felt that the ecosystem between the two countries with respect to business development needs to be formed. And that's how then only people will be thinking. So do you have any perspective there?
Yes, of course. I mean, that ecosystem has to be built, and that ecosystem has to be built from both the sides. It should not be only for Indians telling them how to do business in Japan. It has to be even for Japanese companies and Japanese people to tell how to do business in India. So the more we move towards those kind of ecosystem, we will probably be able to see more actual transaction, and the overall trade deficit that we have, we will probably be able to reduce those things. Timeline.
Fine. Thank you so much for this. Harshad-san, you have been, of course, working with more on the legal side with Japanese companies. And the legal documentation, which is also a very important aspect of any business development. What is your sort of view on how do they handle legal documentation, etc.? Do they take the same time in the decision-making process, or is it much faster with respect to operational business or regular business?
So thank you so much for inviting me for this program. And I would like to also initially thank IJBC and also the Consulate of Japan for organizing Konnichiwa Pune. Coming to our question about legal issues between the different transactions which happen between the two countries by the entrepreneurs. The one basic important thing which is different is, a litigation, or one can say, any legal process is in India is very consequential. While in Japan, they do it to secure their whole process. That's the basic difference of approach between the two, ways of doing business. Here, as many laymen, while doing business in India, for example, they first do things, and if things backfire, they try to, address it through legal processes. While in Japan, they take all due care of about their own perspective challenges which might occur during conducting business. And they try to address those problems not only legally, but also in a practical way, so that, of course, it of course takes a lot of time. But these are the two aspects where both our countries stand very different. Yes.
I think we've got an overall perspective on the decision making, ranging from operational business to patents to legal. I'll now like to take the domain a little different from where we started with the decision making. India is booming, and India is going to become a big startup nation, as it's already number. And has, and how do you compare innovation and entrepreneurial capacity between Japan and India? Because this word startup is very good, but unless there is there's no innovation, there will be no entrepreneurial capacity that will be developed among the people. Japan was once renowned for creating powerful global companies, especially in manufacturing industries, automobile, consumer electronics, etc. What happened? We don't see the number of patents filed in Japan versus the number of companies that are established. There is a huge difference. It files a lot of patents, but the number of companies that are established are much less. So is there a lack of innovation and entrepreneurial capacity in Japan? And how do you compare it with India? Anil-san, again, we'll start the round with you. Thank you. You're muted.
Sorry, I was on mute. Yeah, sorry, I was on mute. So I think, yeah, you're right. There's a big contrast. The number of patents filed is quite huge. I think Japan ranks number 3 in the world in terms of patents. But when you look at the entrepreneurial activity, it's way too low. It's probably at the bottom of the table, right? So I probably think the main reason is the social and cultural aspects of it, right? So in general, the Japanese culture is not the one that encourages risk-taking behavior or pursuit of unexplored opportunities, right? So Japanese society usually emphasize on conventionality, consistency, community, and they are very risk averse. So that is probably the reason why the entrepreneurial activity is not very high. Still, there are a lot of parents who encourage people to either go into bureaucracy or go into what you call big companies like Mitsubishi, Mitsui, and all those kind of this one. They don't encourage people to start up their own Rakuten or Gree or Dena or those kind of entrepreneurial activity, right? So probably it's more about social and cultural aspects which actually reduces this. That is why you cannot see much of entrepreneurial activity in Japan. And not only that, one more aspect is any Japanese, if he wants to get a job, it is quite easy, right? It's not that difficult. So why would he actually spend time on entrepreneurial activity, right? In India, in contrast, in India, it is totally different. In India, also we have that cultural aspects. Even let's say if you what you call rewind 20-30 years back, everybody wanted a government job.
Yes.
Everybody wanted to get into UPSC, IAS, and everything. It is the same thing that is there in Japan also. But the stark difference is basically in India, the ratio between the number of aspirants and the number of jobs available, and in Japan, the number of aspirants and the number of jobs available is different. So that is the reason why India has changed from that government job mindset to an entrepreneurial mindset now. And especially there's one more factor to it. There's one more catalyst to it, because a lot of Indians have studied in US in the last 50 years. A lot of Indians have studied in US and UK. And that actually, there is a lot of influence from US and UK these days. So this all put together has changed, although the base was the same 30 years, 40 years back, where Japan also wanted this government jobs and big company jobs and everything. India also wanted to be, parents wanted to be, want the kids to be employed in Tatas and government jobs, IAS, IAFS and all the stuff. But the major difference is what I've said, that the influence of US, UK in India, and also the ratio of aspirants to the jobs. That probably has changed the scenario. Hope I've answered the question.
Yeah. So there's a lot of what influence of the education that the people have taken, their exposure to different communities where there has been an entrepreneurial activity at a large scale has brought that back. Yeah, very true. Sunil-san, you have been in the IT domain, and today you see that most of the founders, great founders we have had in India, some of them in the last 2 months you have seen have gone unicorn, gone IPOs, etc. And one thing that we definitely realize in India is that it's not only the founder who's got to have the entrepreneurial zeal. It's all the people which make that company have to behave as entrepreneurs within that larger mass of entrepreneurship. Do you think that the same thing in Japan, companies have been built due to some involvement of beyond entrepreneurship sort of a passion, or is it that standard innovation and great products that they made?
Yeah, I think there was again slight this thing, but I think I understood the question. So basically, I think some of the points Anil has covered, but one is in India, I think everybody is an entrepreneur. Everybody has some idea. You ask anyone, he'll come and say, I have some this, we can do this, we can do that, and so on. Whereas in Japan, the economy is mature. Everybody has everything. By and large, your basic needs are covered. So as an entrepreneur, many times you want to solve a problem. You find something. So in Japan, entrepreneurship is happening. There are innovations happening, but they're happening in different areas. For example, in the areas of elderly, for example, elderly or equipments or tools to support elderly, because the aging population is a big problem there. Or in automation, in factory automation, because there is a shortage of workers or shortage of people. Whereas in India, what is happening is we are seeing proliferation of, say, smartphones or mobiles, lowering of data packs, and obviously growing aspirations. So a lot of things, innovation is happening around convenience. So I can now order, say, Swiggy or Zomato or food, or I can order a medical checkup at my home, or I can order see my net banking. So all these things are happening. So there are these different triggers. In Japan, what's happening is last 40 years, companies have invested in legacy systems, mainframes, this, that. So you cannot overnight change something. In India, new companies, new entrepreneurs are budding. So they are skipping all these investments, directly going on mobile or directly going on different new technologies, thereby reducing cost, starting on cloud and so on. So I think, and of course, scale, meaning the population is 100 million. Here we have a billion population. So if there are 10 entrepreneurs there, here there will be 100 entrepreneurs. So you suddenly see multiplication. There is a huge hunger, pent-up hunger in the Indian society for doing good, for doing great or competing with the best. Whereas, as Anil also pointed, in Japan, what's happened is the first generation, the earlier generations have worked, the society has reached to a certain per capita of $40,000 plus. So you almost have everything. What next, kind of? Whereas here, I'm still struggling to go to buy a bike, and I want to go buy a second-hand car, a first-hand car, and so it's my first travel in flight. So people are going to the next stage, and there I think that's a huge push. That aspiration, that hunger is a huge push for entrepreneurship. So I see a lot people even starting something, home business, doing here and there, and coming up with different ideas, collaborating. So I think there again, in entrepreneurship or innovation is happening, but in certain different pockets. Whereas in India, again, it's happening everywhere. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, great. So I think as Anil-san brought out the influence of education, you brought out the influence of great aspiration. And I think that is how, that is how our, tier 2, tier 3 cities are today growing very, very strongly in the startup domain. Abhishek-san, you've also been working long with Japan, and for anybody to work together with people there, whether you call them agents, partners, etc., we all feel that there should be a drive at the other end also. It's like you can't clap with one hand. So do you feel that from your perspective, when you are working with them, you feel that, yes, they have that same sort of a drive, the same sort of, they're driven to get the business, which means that they have that entrepreneurial urge? Or do you feel there's a lot difference in the approach from an Indian side and the Japan side?
I think that the urge is not that much. I mean, our urge is much more compared to theirs. So in a couple of cases when we are now working with them, so in a practical scenario, we started giving them partners. So our partners developing business in Japan, it's always good. And for our kind of high-end business consulting, it's really important that we have someone there. And someone there also should be industry expert, or maybe 20, 30 years down the line in an industry, retiring, and then helping us getting indoor, as Sumit Sanalia said, that you need an indoor. So you need somebody to take you inside the organization. So they are the people who are taking us to inside the organization. Now, they have already reached an age, so I can realize that, okay, they will not be coming to the other side. Last few years, we are interacting with some other consulting organizations there, and they have an aspiration to go to other countries. They have offices in China, they have offices in Taiwan and other places. But if you see their urge to come to India, that's probably not that much yet. It's definitely changing. So now I know almost 5 to 6 case studies where they like to go outside of Japan, but India probably might not be their first market always, depending on what they are doing. But answering just one plain sentence answer to your question on the urge, I think our urge are more compared to them.
Great, thank you so much. Harshad-san, you must be having a day-to-day interaction because you're deep into the legal part, the documentation, etc., which requires a continuous effort back and forth of papers and ability to understand. Again, I feel, as I said, that at every step, there is that entrepreneurial feeling where you feel a sense of ownership, I would say. It comes from a sense of ownership. How do you evaluate this when you're dealing with people, especially with the exchange of documentation or correctness of the documentation?
Rajivji, so Rajivji, here, I would like to also speak about, the entrepreneurial spirit between the two countries as well, because, documentation part is one of the processes which results when two, entrepreneurs come together for an activity or a venture. Before getting into this, in my experience, when I lived in Japan for a while, I observed the basic difference between India and Japan is the land of convenience. everything thrives, all the entrepreneurship activity thrives on solving convenience. Here in India, we are a land of challenges. So here people are solving challenges which are there. So naturally, what has happened is, if we talk subjectively about challenge is something which needs to be addressed with a very immediate effect. And while in Japan, everything is about convenience, is about in the whole process of experience, you would observe novel innovation which happens. While in India, we lack novel innovations because of many factors. These are the basic two difference between what happens in the respective countries, and the principal reason is there's a sociological term called haves and haves not. So Japanese are haves and we are haves not. So these are the our societies, they function in a different way and different environment. But in this process, I feel if we also look back into history, Japan was also at some point in time facing the same issues what India is facing right now. We might be very young as democracies, but in terms of entrepreneurial activity in Japan, I feel that the younger peer who has also lived in other countries. For example, if a Japanese has lived in US or say UK, similar like our young Indian people who have lived abroad and coming back to India for doing businesses, they are a bit keen. I'm talking about an age slot which is below 40. They are a bit keen to jump into entrepreneurship. And as our colleagues mentioned here, that the areas which they address, now I know a few people who are working in UNSDG goals, and they are having a venture on UNSDG goals. So this is which is very futuristic in terms of entrepreneurship compared to India. So these are the basic differences. As far as legal issues are concerned, I think we have to go by the statutes, and the statutes are well defined. And principally speaking, one can go in any country. It is the way social changes happen. Those changes are addressed in forms of laws eventually. So I think there are some changes which are happening in terms of entrepreneurship between India, in Japan and in India, of course. And I think that the ways of doing things might be different, but our cultures and our way of thinking are somewhere, they meet at a common point. If we see the whole Southeast Asia or say Asian nations, one would always observe that we principally identify ourselves in terms of value everywhere. A very small example might be, if one goes to Japan, one could find that they also remove shoes outside their home at a designated area, just like ours, which we do here in our nation. So this is a very social aspect, but it is very deep rooted. So I think and due to now the interaction is much more than before because the technology has enabled it. I think the younger peers say, kids as young as, 16 or 18, I see more Indian kids involved in exchange programs, which can help to understand culture at a very young age. And I'm sure that, each one of us, even one trip to any country, and which has a, which gives you a very rich experience, it helps us to inculcate values more quickly because it inspires us in return. So I think that, what we saw until now is set to change in the coming course of years, for sure.
So I think your point is more about, that when you come to the entrepreneurial activity, Japan has, we are always solving challenges. So therefore, there is more entrepreneurial activity in where we need to solve a lot of things. Great. So taking these perspective forwards, India, as you all know, as compared to Japan, has a great GDP growth. It's got a great population. It's got a huge trade imbalance with Japan. But the Japanese are always concerned about the actual market of Japanese products in India. Sunil-san just mentioned a while ago about, elder care products. To deal with developing actually elder care professionals for Japan. And there's a lot of people who've asked me that why can't you get the Japanese standard of elder care products into India? Because our population again is growing. But one of the greatest things that, a lot of concerns that the Japanese businesses have is about the gaps of doing business in India. They want to know more about the trade, what is the potential, the market entry, the investment, IT, economic policy, and they carry on and on and on and on. When the Indian businessman lands in Guangzhou in China or anywhere, and he has to just order 2 containers and get them, it doesn't happen the same way with trading with Japanese. How can Indian SME really develop the trust with Japanese companies and help them into entry in India? We all know brand Japan has definitely a higher perceived value than any other brands, right? But they are unable to penetrate the Indian market because this question answer Q&A just carries on. And if you look at a core businessman coming from a typical trading community, he is interested in what in Indian terms you will call it as dhanda, he doesn't get into all these aspects of all these things. So is there a way that Japanese companies could be tuned to the Indian SME way of working? Anil-san, we'll start with you.
I think it is difficult to say that Japanese companies will be tuned. That will probably never happen. All right. So to Indian style, but to make it successful, I think we need to come somewhere midway. Right. So to make it successful and practical, right? Because Japanese companies tuning them to Indian standards is also dangerous for India. We should probably learn a lot of things from Japan, right? And come midway and bring them to a point where they understand the cultural aspects of India. And then that probably will give a lot of what you call entry of SMEs into India, right? So asking them to come cover the whole ground is probably not practical and not in the best interest of India also. Yeah. Because in the best interest of India, there's a lot of things that we can learn from Japan, and there's a lot of things that we can implement from Japan. So despite our cultural differences, despite our business differences and everything, I would say we should go at least midway and expect less from them and probably adapt a lot of things from them. Like, let's say, for example, Toyota is doing a pretty good job in Karnataka, in Biddi, right?
Yeah.
They're not only training the local population with etiquettes and everything. They have plenty of things that they're doing good, right? Had we said that no, you come to our place and you deal with us like we do, then these things would not have happened. We would not have learned all these things, right? That's a typical example. So I would say let's come midway and learn the best of their cultures, their business cultures, and teach them some of ours, right? And then that is when the marriage is done, right?
Great.
So that probably is the best way to do.
Yeah, I'm definitely. I think we have to, give and take has to be there in that domain.
Yes, and in Japanese system, I think trust is the basic thing that they look at. Once the trust is established, right, they will go beyond beyond what you expect. I think we don't have much time to explain what you call about some case studies and everything, but I've actually seen some of those companies where when they trust, they actually go beyond their responsibility.
Yeah, definitely. Sunil sir, your take on this in terms of how our Indian counterparts could have a better trust from the Japanese counterparts to be able to develop markets in India.
Okay, no, I think some of the points as Anil has covered, but I think on the Japan side also, if you talk to serious senior businessmen, there is a growing worry that they are missing on growth or they are missing on many things. Obviously, while the senior management thinks that way, they cannot push or make the entire organization change overnight. Okay. So in last 20, 30 years, what has happened is there is a lot of literature available in Japan, in Japanese about China market. If you go in a room and ask like who has visited China, out of 10 people, at least 6 people or 7 people will raise immediate hands that, okay, I have been, or my brother has been there, or I know someone. But if you take someone like ask about how many have you visited India, many of them have visited India in 1981, 1996, and they have some image of some India about that time. But last every 6 months, India is changing, revolving, and so on. So I think one few things that I really think that can be done is like more awareness about what's happening in India, how changes are happening, how it's convenient. 20 years back when I went to Japan, everything was new to me, and I was zapped by the growth in Japan, the roads, the infrastructure. Today, when my engineers come to Japan, after 2 weeks, they say it's so like it's so back. Indian banking or in the way things move in India, it's so convenient there out there, but here it's so inconvenient. And I'm shocked, like, so what's happening in India, if that can be made available in Japanese literature, and then proliferated among different parts of society, students, housewives or husbands, and so on, business people. Secondly, more number of flights. You go to between Japan, China, there's a lot of, every week there are 100 flights, for example, whereas to India, it could be 10 flights. There's no flight to Pune as well. So the moment you are taking 2 days to reach a destination just to find out what it is, whereas you are taking 2 hours to Vietnam, 3 hours to China, 4 hours to Thailand, people think that this is more convenience. It's just a matter of convenience many times, a business decision. And then on the India side, how we can, so one is the flight, and these are not in our hands, of course, but some other things again is highlighting more success stories about India. In Japan, everybody knows still about just Maruti Suzuki, but what about Nissin noodles? My kids eat Nissin noodles like anything. Everybody I know eat Nissin. Casio, meaning the Casio calculator. Everybody has a Casio calculator in India. There could be entity data has 26,000 employees in India. Nobody knows that they have 26,000 employees here. And so there are at least 2 funds who are investing in startups. One of the biggest startups, Khatabook, has a lot of investment from Japan and so on. So I think a lot of, if we can highlight these success stories again, both sides, there could be more interaction, more awareness, and of course, business is like a connection of people. Demand supply has to happen. Companies need growth, new markets, new consumers. Japanese management needs it. Indian style, we need all this investment, technology, and so on. So I think it's a good pairing. We need to bridge some of these parameters. Yeah, thanks a lot.
So I think what the point that you come out with is, the Indian marketing, and yeah, so in my own small experiences, I've also faced this whole challenge. India is very far, and what do we do in India beyond the first night of tandoori chicken, right? What's the next night? So it's a challenge. So Abhishek sir,
yeah.
what would be your take sitting in Pune and your travels, and how can Indian SME actually develop this whole trust factor with Japanese?
Start saying no. Don't say yes, it will be done tomorrow. It is not going to be done tomorrow. And then at the last moment, you cannot say, okay, fine, I'm not ready. I didn't get this, I didn't get that. This is happening. Stop saying, giving any kind of excuse. Say the truth. If you can do it, say I will be able to do it. If you can't do it on time, say I won't be able to do it on time. They are very much accommodative. If you do a mistake, just acknowledge the mistake. Say, yes, I have done this mistake. Mistake is the part of the process. So build your trust by just being truthful to yourself. Have some patience. Everything cannot be done tomorrow morning. And don't believe that Jugaad is the biggest thing to do. Jugaad in a sustainable way might be good. So start believing in frugal innovation rather than pure Jugaad, pure Indian Jugaad. So that's it from my side.
Thank you. Harshad-san, your take on this factor? You see, you represent a Japanese law firm in India also. So there is obviously a trust factor, probably both from a personal perspective. And do you think that it's easier to get this trust factor, or what factors play an important part in that? I think we are just 5 minutes away from time. So
yes. So as you mentioned, speaking about trust, it does not come easy at all. I remember I've spent interacting with the Japanese for more than 3 years, and it was not just it takes a while, of course, but speaking about these factors about culture, or Japanese coming to India. When I had been to Japan, I saw that Indian restaurants play a very vital role about identifying our cuisine. That's how the first thing a foreigner would know about a nation is through tourism, or say a cuisine. So I personally think that the Indian restaurants in Japan have done an excellent job of introducing Indian way of life, at least a glimpse of Indian way of life to the Japanese, the Japanese, they at least prima facie, I feel that they enjoy the experience. I know some of my acquaintances who regularly wish me Diwali, who regularly miss their Indian visits, and they look forward to come again often. These small things paves a way to have a profound connection between the two nations as well as people. As far as the business part is concerned, as Rajiv ji, you mentioned that it is very easy to go to China, book certain certain products, and ship them back. But at some point in time, the Chinese they tried to address that what the world needs. I think if we have much more faith and much more trust in the Japanese innovation, I think we can invite the Japanese venture to develop products together, or at least technologically support us and have successful joint ventures for a constructive product. We operate in India, but the technology is provided by the Japanese according to the Indian needs. So an innovation is done according to the Indian needs. So this whole process prima facie might sound very convenient, but it would involve a lot of innovation by the Japanese and the Indian together.
Sure, thank you.
Once this particular partnership works, it could, I think, in my opinion, do wonders and be an alternative to the rest of the world.
Yes, so relationship and trust is something which we've come out with, and there are many factors that will go down to actually developing that. I always give an example from my own personal experience. We did large amounts of business with this 300 yen chain called 3 Coins, which is everywhere in Japan, loved by the Japanese also. I could never believe that they could get an Indian floor rug for 300 yen, which in Indian rupees is also, pretty cheap. And the general manager, every time he came to India to buy, he brought one suitcase full of Japanese food as well as Japanese cutlery, which he would actually take it out in my home and say half day is for my own cooking to produce Japanese food. All that he wanted was potatoes and eggs at my place and the rest. So I think multiple factors go in to develop this trust. I think we've just completed an hour. We have the next panelist on the screen. Thank you very much. I think there's a good takeaways in terms of, we need somebody in Japan to bridge the gap. The education system in India, where children have gone out, has helped in building the entrepreneurial spirit. The challenges which are there in India helps to build entrepreneurship. And of course, as Sunil-san said, that there are so many flights to China and Vietnam, etc. Unless we market India well, and as you rightly said, we have documentation where everybody is able to read all aspects about India and not just Taj Mahal, right? It's got to go beyond that to be able to understand what it's all about. There's a lot of work in progress, and I'm sure we all have to give it our piece of time and energy to build on that. Thank you very much, Anil-san, Sunil-san, Abhishek-san, and Harshad-san for this debate discussion. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Devashri, for taking this forward.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was a very well managed and concluded session. Challenges in business development between India and Japan. Thank you, panelists, and thank you, Mr. Rajan Gupta. Now, I would like to take you to the next session, which is a short but sweet interview of Ms. Pallavi Iyer, author of in Japan. I would like to introduce Ms. Pallavi Iyer. An award-winning journalist, Pallavi Iyer has worked as a foreign correspondent for over 2 decades in China, Indonesia, and Japan. She is associate editor of The Globalist and writes weekly Substack newsletter on global culture, The Global Jigsaw. Pallavi is a young global leader of the World Economic Forum and has served of the WEF's Global Council on the future of media and entertainment. She is the author of several books, including The China Mirror, Smoke and Mirrors, the novels Chinese Whisker and Jakarta Tales, and an exploration of Europe's challenges, New Old World. Her latest book is Orienting an Indian in Japan. Pallavi was a Reuters Fellow of Oxford University and is the youngest winner of the Prem Bhatia Memorial Prize for political reporting for her dispatches from China. Pallavi is currently based in Madrid. And I would like to introduce Mr. Siddharth Deshmukh, fourth and current president of IJBC, who will be moderating this interview. Mr. Siddharth Deshmukh, over to you.
So, Konnichiwa, Pallavi, and Konnichiwa all. I have so much of excitement that I want to first get settled down, because today I'm going to talk with one of my favorite authors. And I think it's pleasure. It's feel amazing when you can talk to your author face to face and discuss and get first-hand experience and of writing a book and what went into that book while writing, what went into thought process of author in writing that book. And today I'm very glad that I'm able to talk with you. So welcome, Pallavi. Yeah, looks like your voice is cracking, but let's get started. That we are living in virtual world, so probably we will get through it. So I was saying that I am so glad today that I am able to talk with my one of favorite author. Almost I read your blogs weekly, and almost I read if not all books, but yeah, some of those books, especially about India, Japan, and China. And I'm very glad to have you today at Konnichiwa Pune.
Thank you so much for having me. It's a real pleasure to be here, and it's wonderful to hear that you enjoy my writing. That's always, that's the reason we write. so that's very lovely to hear this morning.
Absolutely, absolutely. I was just a couple of weeks back in Japan, and latest book I read about your book is brilliant, and I feel like, this is an opportunity that you should definitely come to Konnichiwa Pune and talk about this book and talk about your whole experience about Japan. It's because, as you see in a previous session also, if you were there, you must have heard that many people have a very old impression about each other's country. They used to travel last and then it was the same experience. The things have changed, and you went to the changed Japan, as well as the interesting fact was that when I went to Japan, it was exactly the same. The few of the panelists in 2000, so there was a different Japan, there was a different India. And when you went to Japan, maybe there was a different Japan. So your experience was different. Literally, I was creating a kind of a virtual book in my mind that on the side of your experience, what was my experience when last time I went to Japan. Before we start talking about book, I want you to tell our audience something about you, how you went to Japan, and you as a person, as a Pallavi, and then we will go to the book.
Absolutely. So, Siddharth, I actually grew up in India, in New Delhi. And I was there for my school, and then I went to England to study at university, and I always wanted to be a journalist. And I thought what I wanted to be was a broadcast journalist, because private television 1990s, which is when I was entering workforce, and it seemed like a very interesting area to explore. So I returned to India and I got a job with NDTV, which in those days used to produce all the programming for Star News. This was before NDTV became its own channel. And I realized while I was doing TV that it was not actually fulfilling me, because I found TV stories to be quite superficial, very short in terms of length, and not really able to get under the skin of their subject. So I decided to study further, and I went back to England to do a master's program. And while over there, I basically fell in love. I met the person who is now my husband. At the time was my boyfriend, and he's from Spain, and he had spent the last 2 or 3 years studying East Asian languages, Japanese, but also Chinese. And he was very convinced that China was going to be a sort of earth-shaking country and force going forward, and that we needed to get to know China better if we were to basically grow up in the 21st century and find our careers over there. So he was quite prophetic, because I'm talking about 2000, before China had joined the World Trade Organization, before it loomed as large of a presence in the global imagination. So anyway, I eventually ended up going to became a journalist and started to when we left China, I wrote a book about the country called Smoke and Mirrors, an experience of China. I also learned the language, I think, which was very important if you were really going to explore the country. And there were very few Indians who were in that position. And I also realized during that whole experience that, we were learning about these parts of the world in East Asia, for example, really through a Western lens. And we had very little direct writing by Indians on these parts of the world that would help us to understand their cultures and their societies, but in a comparative framework with India, or with India as the implicit norm. Normally, when you read about China in the Western media, the person who's writing about it has an implicit norm in at the back of the head, the lens through which they interpret what they are observing. And that lens is, a Western lens, naturally. And I think we were missing that Indian lens. So anyway, the next few years, my husband is a diplomat, and we ended up moving around the world. And we spent a few years in Europe. We spent 4 years in Jakarta, in Indonesia. And then we moved to Japan. And I found Japan really fascinating. I mean, there's all the linkages between Japan and China. Japan has borrowed so much of its history, its language, its traditions from China, and yet it has made them its own and completely unique. And I found that fascinating. And also, when I left China, it was in 2008, which was when Beijing held the Olympic Games. And when I arrived in Japan in 2016, Japan was going to hold the next Olympic Games in 2020, although of course COVID put paid to that. So I also like the way that the games kind of framed my experience in both of these cultures. And like I've been doing for the last several years, I was working as a reporter. I was a columnist for The Hindu and doing weekly pieces on Japanese culture, society, politics, economics for 4 years. And at the end of that, I sat down, I looked at all the reportage I had, and I amalgamated it along with a kind of memoir, telling my own story and the story of my family. And how that unfolded over 4 years. And so we end up having my book, Orienting and Indian in Japan, which is laid out as a partly autobiography, partly anecdotes. I call it the 3 A's. And I basically look at different aspects of Japanese society, culture, politics, and divide it thematically. So for example, we have chapters on the seasons, on the language, on racism, on food, on cleanliness, on India-Japan historical relations, on politics, and on the coronavirus. These would be the main themes. And then I've also organized them chronologically so that they somehow fit into telling the story of my personal story of arrival, learning, reporting, living, working, and eventually departure. Siddharth, I think you're muted.
It's a very fascinating journey, and you made it a book. of your journey, of your
Yes.
observations. We will still come to your book. I have one more question to ask you. If you were not author, if you were not writing book, how was still Japan for you? As just a normal citizen visiting Japan, living out there, what was your that personal experience of living in Japan?
You know, it was absolutely fascinating because it was such an amazing mixture of something that is familiar and something that is completely unfamiliar. And when I say familiar, it's because I think ultimately it is an Asian country, and we do have these Hindu-Buddhist connections, and there are things that will resonate, like people taking their shoes off before entering the house, or folding your hands in a temple, or a lot of the sort of hospitality. I mean, there will be things that you connect with. I think. And there's a special resonance as a result. It's not a completely alien culture, but on the other hand, it is very unique, and it is, and more so than I think any other Asian country. It presents a really brilliant mix of the anthropological excitement of a country that isn't all that well known internationally, but with all the comforts that you might expect in the West. But it's not as known in India as the West in terms of movies and all the sort of from the West. So I really enjoyed that. The known and the unknown, and the things, also the kind of things that seem like completely from another planet, and the comfort and ease of life of the beguiling anthropological nature of less discovered culture with very ancient roots and tradition present. So, I mean, it's almost hard not to fall in love with it. It's just incredible beauty, incredible cleanliness, incredible, there's a lot to admire. And I think especially coming from the kind of large, chaotic megalopolises of the countries I was used to, like India, China, Indonesia, it presents such a study in contrast that it was just superbly interesting. It sort of sucks you in right from the beginning. So it's a wonderful place to visit. I mean, as a destination for a tourist or somebody to live in for a while as well, I think it's really eye-opening, and we learn a lot about a culture and a society that has really achieved a lot of civic responsibility, a lot of a sense of public consciousness, a lot of sense of putting the comfort and needs of others before your own. All of these things are really remarkable in Japan, and I think not just for us Asians, but for the world to learn from. You're muted again.
Yeah,
sorry.
Yeah, so I think what you said is right. It's really fascinating country, and things are in a way completely different, but many time we can compare them, and many time we can relate with them. So after Japan, immediately after the Japan, I visited Europe, almost a few countries, and I got earlier. I was comparing Japan with India all the time, and then I got this habit of started comparing with Japan and Europe. And I want to pick up one of your chapters where you discuss about the toilets. So the first time I realized that I'm comparing with India and Japan in terms of a toilet. It's not like only India and Japan. Maybe if you start comparing that with Europe, still Japan is, I think people should stop comparing with Japan about the toilets, right?
They're on another planet. It's uncomparable.
Right. So what I don't know this question somebody asked you or not, but why you thought to dedicate one chapter on that topic, and what was that your thought? I mean, is it just an observation, or you really wanted to convey some message?
I wanted to convey a message. So, you know, I start the chapter by saying that I've often been interested in toilets, and in many parts of the world that I've lived in, I've written extensively about toilets. And I don't want to give the impression that I have an unhealthy obsession with the bathroom. The reason is that I believe that in a society's attitude to sanitation, we can actually uncover a lot about the social history and trajectory of that country. You know, our own Gandhi ji had long ago said that, you know, in toilet cleaning lay true dignity of labor, and until every Indian was cleaning their own toilets, you know, we could not achieve true dignity of labor and equality in our country. So I think it's a very important element how toilets are seen in a country, what kind of position they are given, whether it's something that's seen as dirty and not to be thought about, or whether it's something that we actually see as very important to public health, as very important to human society. So I had, when I was in China, I used to write about toilet cleaners and written a lot of stories comparing toilet cleaners in China to toilet cleaners in India as a way of trying to understand how the communist revolution had altered Chinese society in a very revolutionary way that was missing in India. When I was in Indonesia, I spent 4 days with farmers who had become toilet entrepreneurs and had begun to make toilets and sell them in villages, and also with some religious leaders, kiai, imams, who were basically talking about toilets and hygiene in their Friday sermons in these villages, and had led to the first open defecation free area in central Indonesia at the time. So it's always something that, you know, it's at the back of my mind. And Japanese toilets, of course, are world famous. I mean, the Toto, I mean, you don't have to go to Japan to know about it. So the Japanese toilet is legendary, right? And it's also something that immediately you see. It's one of the first things you do. You know, you need to visit you take a long flight, you get off at the airport, you know, you need to quickly go into the loo, and it's quite hilarious because, you know, they look so they look like a rocket ship almost. I mean, you see all the buttons and it feels like you're in a cockpit of an airplane and that you're about to take off. So it's it's a ubiquitous thing. You use the toilet almost every day. But look, going even deeper than that, I felt that, you know, being a woman, one of the best things about living in Japan was the fact that I could be out in the public space anytime, day or night, in any part of the country, and feel confident that I could find a very clean, hygienic toilet to use at any time of the day. And that really transforms your experience of public spaces. You know, I mean, it gives you a lot more freedom in terms of being able to just be out of the house. And that's something people don't realize. For women, it can be very difficult, you know, if you're going to go on a long journey and you're not going to be able to access a clean toilet. So it was actually that was probably my one. People always ask, you know, what was your favorite thing about a country? And it's very difficult to answer because it's a bit like choosing your favorite child. You know, you like so many things. It's hard to say this one and not that one. But if I was forced to give an answer, I would say the cleanliness and the ubiquity of the public toilets. You could use them in a park. You could take your child to a playground, and, you know, if the child needed to use the toilet, beautiful toilet for them or for the parents who were looking after the child. You know, metros, and even in rural area, I would say the important society about the so, you know, when you use the toilet, they leave in the way that they want to be for themselves, and that's something that's very in Japanese culture, and in different ways.
Indian actress, I mean, watching some interviews randomly, and she told me, you know what, I have recently featured the imported Toto toilet in my home. So I was thinking, wow, is it so amazing? While as Toto is everywhere in Japan, and I don't think nobody think about that Toto is something you feel very happy to put it into your home. Anyway,
it's becoming huge. Yeah, and all the people in the US have it. I mean, people in Spain, where I live now, have heard of it. It's really like becoming a sort of powerful part of Japanese soft culture. I think Toto should not be underestimated. Yeah.
Yeah. So moving ahead, I think first or second chapter only you discussed about you face such huge problem with bank account, right? You finally couldn't have your own bank account. Can you hear me? Are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I'm here.
Yeah. So about the bank account, and I was wondering, is it really, because I never faced that problem. I never, not a single thing I faced that problem. So the question came to my mind is like you are married to Spanish, and so I am married to Japanese. So does it make difference? In Japan, because I never experienced that sort of a thing, or I never have that kind of experience, probably because I am married with Japanese. In true sense, I never experienced being a completely expatriate there. So I wanted to hear your experience about the expatriate, because you dedicated almost one chapter or some part of it to your bank account issue. So can you tell me that? What was your experience as a completely expatriate?
Yes. Okay. So the bank account issue, and then I'll move on to the larger question behind your observation. To be honest, whenever we experience something, we experience it in a comparative framework. We are comparing it to our experience in the past of how it was, right? So for example, I think if you go from India and then you go to Japan, maybe it's so difficult to open a bank account in India. I don't know, because I haven't done it for 25 years, but maybe you don't find the Japanese one that complicated. I had moved to Japan from Indonesia, and in my mind, Indonesia would be much more backward than Japan, because it's a poorer country, it's developing, and with Japan we have a image of it being very high tech, and of it being very gadget driven, and I thought it would be very digital and all of that. And I was very surprised that actually in Southeast Asia, in Indonesia, a lot of these processes were far easier than they were in Japan. Like opening a bank account takes 10 minutes, getting your internet connection doesn't take long, getting a mobile phone doesn't take long, you can make digital payments everywhere, you can get a credit card almost instantaneously. And in Japan, it took us about 3.5 hours to open my husband's bank account. Now, when I told somebody this, they wrote to me saying, well, that's normal. In India, it can take much longer, maybe. But like I said, I was comparing it to Indonesia, which is where I had just moved for, where it took about half an hour. And it was not just the length, 3.5 hours. It was that most of the time we didn't know what was going on. People were whispering to each other in like closed doors while we were kept outside. And at the end of it all, we were told that, for example, we could not get a joint account because they do not exist. So my husband and I could not have a joint account. And if I wanted a bank account, I would have to go through that same 3.5 hour long procedure again, which felt really horrible. Like I was like, I can't take this. And also, when we asked for a credit card, they actually looked at us very worried and said, it will be very difficult for you to handle the credit card because we don't offer this service for foreigners. So it's better if you get Amex or apply for it separately. So it's the bank itself telling you, don't do it, rather than trying to sell it to you, which was just such a China or anywhere, they would never try to put you off their side. And I think that's great by the fact that they do not know, like what I was saying earlier about how putting the needs of others in front of your own needs and providing a very high level of service is extremely important. kind of worry that they will not be able to do that with foreigners for cultural reasons, for linguistic reasons. They do not want to disappoint, and they are very risk averse. So it's a bit like, what if a person complains? What if he doesn't like it? And so there's this kind of imagining how. Hello, I'm back. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So, there's a sense of caution when dealing with foreigners, because there's always this sense that that the customer will be unhappy, maybe, and the result is that they would rather just not deal with you at all than deal with you and possibly face a problem in the future. So I think there was that sense. So my experience as an expat was also quite unique, because I was a diplomat. My husband is a diplomat, so we were in a diplomatic status, and we lived in a very elite part of town. And so I don't know if you can compare that to just an ordinary person who comes in to work. And I think they face a lot of discrimination when it comes to housing access and maybe banks and so on. That was a problem I didn't have, but I've spoken and from other access like Japanese, because it remains quite a society that is very comfortable outside yet. And I think that's one of the areas Japan needs to change, because I think for a long time it's had this idea that the world will come to Japan, but I think more and more they have to also accept that Japan needs to go to the world, and that means getting a degree of flexibility and comfort with dealing with non-Japanese ways of doing things.
Right. So I think there was one mention of a same some experience about the restaurant as well. Because in my experience, I heard of many stories that some of the restaurant don't allow the foreigners not because of discrimination, but usually they don't know how to serve the foreigners. Was it
Yes.
that experience also you mentioned? Yeah.
Right, I write about it. It's not something I directly experienced, but I saw, for example, one of my good friends was in Kyoto and took a photograph of a sign in front of a restaurant which said "Foreigners not welcome," and sent it to me. And also, I have been to restaurants where I have seen that there are many, many empty seats, and they will just say it's completely full and not kind of give any explanation. And I have spoken to my Japanese friends about this, and the explanation they give is the one you mentioned, which is that, oh yeah, sometimes they don't speak English, they don't know how to deal with foreigners, and they are ashamed and afraid that the foreigners will not enjoy it, so they would rather just keep them out. And perhaps that's the reason. I don't know. It seems overtly racist to me. It was something that I thought would be unacceptable in any part of the rest of the world. I mean, can you imagine going to America because the person I would push the matter, they would give me other explanations like, oh, a lot of Chinese kind of anti-foreigner or Japanese only is to keep the Chinese groups out. And that did not, I mean, that was supposed to make me feel better, because what they were implying is that it's not you, it's not your kind of foreigner, it's these terrible Chinese. But that's also appalling and racist. So frankly, I mean, to me, any sort of Japanese only rule in public establishments, I mean, they're not public establishments, they're private establishments. It's a private restaurant, it's a private or private makes it sound as though you can base entry on the nationality of racist, actually, because we also know this guy Arduto, who I interviewed extensively, who to a Japanese lady. And for the last 20 years, he's been trying to raise awareness of this. Since 20 years ago, he was not allowed into a Japanese onsen because even though he was a Japanese citizen, he was ethnically not Japanese. And in the end, he had 2 daughters, and they allowed the daughter that looked Japanese to go in, but the daughter that that looked foreign was not allowed in. So in the same family, 2 people were allowed in, all Japanese citizens, based on who looks Japanese and who doesn't. And it's not as though these incidents are happening all the time. I have been to many onsen and I've never experienced that myself. But the fact that they even happen sometimes and with regularity. This Arduto has a web page in which people can report their experiences from across the archipelago, and every day somebody will be uploading something like this. I think while within Japanese culture, they actually see it as not that problematic, they need to start having that conversation and that realization that if you are going to be in a more global world, this kind of attitude is problematic. And it's not enough to just say that it's to not to inconvenience the client. That is a very disingenuous argument, in my opinion.
Absolutely. I think there are many kind of experiences like in local, usually people don't sit besides foreigner that I have experienced by many times. It's not always racist kind of a thing, but maybe sometimes shy, or sometimes they don't want to deal with speaking in English, or so many reasons. It can be also so many reasons. Now coming back to the book. You started writing this book while in Japan, or you experienced everything and then you thought, now I have enough things to write about the book? This question is because I think writing book is like once you have enough to talk or enough to tell about something. Writing blog is like everyday experience, and you go and write about it. But while reading your book, it feels like so entertaining. It feels like every day you're writing it. So I mean, you planned this book, or it just happened?
So I actually wrote the majority of it in my last year in Japan. So that was after 3 years. So I would say the first 3 years were the period of research, reflection, observation, collecting information, meeting people, getting my thoughts in order. And then the 4th year, I began to write it. And I almost finished the book. But then we left Japan, and everything had changed because of COVID in the last 6 months. So, for example, a lot of my book had been written with the Olympic Games in mind, and then suddenly there were no Olympic Games, and I had not addressed COVID in the book when I had written it. And then, of course, that became something I had to talk about. When I had written it, Abe-san, Shinzo Abe, was a very big character. But then by the time the book was being published, he was already no longer the prime minister. So, a lot changed in that last year with the following coronavirus. So I finished the book when I was in Spain. The first 6 months of being in Spain were when I was updating the book and revising it, keeping in mind the things that had evolved and changed over the last 6 months following the pandemic. So yeah, that's how it happened. But like I never said out. I'm never sure when I arrive in a country what I'm going to have to say about it. It comes through that experience. It comes through life and through living. Empirical. It's not like I pick a topic and then I decide to research it and spend like an academic many hours in the library researching it. It's more like it comes out organically from life's experiences. And for that, you have to live those experiences. So, 3 years, 4 years is necessary of actually living and talking to people and thinking about it before it takes the shape of a book.
So yes, exactly. But might be experience change with as you said, we live there and experience. But probably if you could speak Japanese, do you think the book would have some more different aspect, or maybe things
Yeah.
would have changed?
I think it would be very, very different. And the thing is that I think that any book that's written about a place, especially by a foreigner, is not only about that place. It is about the person who is writing it, because obviously that person, if you're a woman, if you're a man, if you're an Indian, if you're an American, if you speak Japanese, if you don't speak Japanese, if you are poor, if you are rich, if you are expat, if you are migrant worker, it really depends on your social, economic position, how you will see the country, and what are the things that will strike you about the country, and who are the kinds of people that you will end up talking to. So I mean, many different books can be written about the same country depending on who the author is, and they will all be equally valid, because I think any book about a place is a partial truth. And to claim that this is the definitive book, or this is telling you about Japan, full stop, is wrong. This is telling you about Japan through my eyes. And it is therefore telling you as much about me as it is telling you about Japan. And for me, that's a very important thing to make explicit in my books, which is why I put myself as a character in the books. And I explain myself in the books. What is my background? Where am I coming from? Do I speak the language? Do I not speak the language? What difficulties did I have? So that the reader can then also know that. What are my failings as the author? Because I'm not claiming that this is the ultimate book on Japan. I am claiming Japan through Pallavi's eyes. And Pallavi is this person who has all of these limitations. I'm not a guru or a pandit who is telling you that, come to me for all your answers on Japan. I'm giving you a snapshot of Japan, and in a hopefully thoughtful way that has taken research, that has taken effort, that is in reading. I read a lot about Japanese history, poetry, art. I've reported extensively on Japan. But of course, I different probably book at the end of it. Not conversations with, and those would have maybe led me in invalidates the book, like, and this is a tells you about Japan, and I spent lots of time talking to them, even if it was in English, the selection. But yeah, I do think it was a lacuna, and I write about it. I have a whole chapter on Japanese language and my failure at learning the language. I'm very explicit about that. And it was different, for example, with my book on China, because I did learn Chinese, and I think I had a very different experience in China as a result. Whereas in Japan, my experience was very expat, and in China it was much more local, and that was definitely a factor of the comfort with the language.
Absolutely, I agree with your opinion, and that's the reason I really enjoyed reading your book, because every time I was reading every chapter, I had that, I told you that I was like virtually writing that chapter in my mind. What is my experience, the parallel experience in that. But I think like every country changed. When you travel to Japan and when I traveled first time to Japan was quite different. So
could
maybe
you, Siddharth, since this is a conversation between the two of us, I would like you maybe to tell me a bit more about when you read my book, and how you were comparing it to your own experiences of when you first went to Japan 20 years earlier or in the early 2000s. What were the big differences that struck you? Like, what was it that you were thinking, oh, this has changed? I'm curious myself, and I'm sure our audience is.
Yes. So when I visited, I think every moment, it was like, okay, I'm a foreigner, no matter Indian or anybody, and this is very strange place where I have to make sure that I must learn language, otherwise it's very difficult to survive, especially if you step out of a central Tokyo. I'm not even talking about suburban area. Then it's going to be tough. So first goal is to learn the language as much as possible. Try to practice it. Though today I cannot read the Japanese because I never went to school. I tried and failed because anyway, when I was in university, that time also I never liked university. So, so no question. So that is what I feel when now people travel to Japan. Many Indians travel, many other people travel, but I think the life is far more easy now. So that is one very big difference. And another difference, as I told you, that initially when I visited Japan, I was mostly surrounded by Japanese, but those all were familiar Japanese. I had many friends from Japan who were already coming in India and staying with me for the homestay. As a student, I mean, we grow up together, so already I had friends. But because I was surrounded by Japanese, many things became easier for me. Many things they took care of. So I never realized that, yeah, it can be a struggle. So surrounding by Japanese, only Japanese, and they are helping you is quite different. But at the same time, when you are on your own, now is easier than earlier. It was very difficult. You just go to the little far suburban station and you don't have English signboard. Now you go all over Japan, you don't find only English, but you find Korean, Chinese, and they keep on adding a different languages to it, depending on which countries tourists are flowing in more. So it's different. That time, Japan was a place where people don't go for tourism, people go for work, or people go for some other reason, but not purely for tourism. Now it is completely different. So yeah, so that was quite interesting, and that's why I feel interesting. I feel a little bit outsider, to be open, frank, while reading your book, and I feel, oh, okay, maybe this is a real experience people are facing, and I never went through that. So I was feeling like outsider, and it feels me much more interesting to read that book. I feel like, oh, okay, I got it. I was lucky sometime, of course. Yeah.
How interesting. No, that
So-
was very interesting to hear. Please go on.
Yeah, no, that's I mean those were the two major differences. Then probably many things are similar what you face, because society don't change so rapidly, people don't change so rapidly, though the other things change. But I think major changes, major. Those, yeah.
So, I think some of what you were talking about was also a push that literally happened while I was there. Like, I moved in 2016 and they were going to host the Olympic Games in 2020. So they had the last 4 years. And there was a big drive towards trying to make it more accessible for foreigners. Because, you would have a situation where for a month, they imagined there would be millions of people at the same time coming from around the world. And this is also coupled with Abe-san's push to increase tourism. It was a big thing for the last 3 or 4 years. And the number of tourists going to Japan had, in fact, grown exponentially. Like every year it was doubling and tripling during the years that I was there. And it was like government policy driven. So as part of that, I think putting signages in English was a big thing. And many people told me that, 10 years ago, that was not the case. And that completely changed the navigability of the city for the outsider. And also in the metro stations and train stations, now the information points people speak English, Japanese people speak English. But the other thing is that even then, they don't speak that much English. So I think this being Japan, there's a lot of reliance on technology. And so people using translators that you can speak into, that had become very common. So all of them were equipped with these translators, so you could, have basically translation, AI translation-based services. So, and then now, of course, we have Google Maps and all that, and so for directions and all, it becomes a lot easier. And so certainly, I can imagine it being a very different place 20 years ago than for the outsider and for the traveler, especially, than it is today. But, I have to say that I experienced very similar to how you've described when I went to China. I arrived there in 2001, zero English anywhere. And, there was a small expat community. It was impossible to get by without speaking Chinese, which is why I think I learned Chinese as well. Like you had to learn Japanese. It was just part of what we had to do. And but that makes for a very interesting experience. So I would love for one day for you to write a book, Siddharth, and to hear about Japan in the early 2000s.
Many people told me, but the writing is something which I feel so afraid of. Yeah, but another interesting thing I felt about your book is it almost covered up all aspect of life you can imagine. You are talking about the food, and honestly speaking, the food you couldn't adjust when your JNTU has invited you, and that whole lot of kyoshoku and those kind of food. And then you are talking about toilets, you are talking about the incident with police, lost and found, and everything. So do you want to suggest this book? If yes, of course, it is not a guidebook, but I think it is better than guidebook, that because if somebody is going for a little bit of a long-term stay, then instead of writing a guidebook, it is better to read this kind of a book, especially written by you, because most of the books are then written by Westerners. Again, the experience change.
Correct. No, absolutely. I mean, this book is at the heart a travelogue. It is an account of an extended period of travel in Japan. And these are the kind of books I think that the thinking traveler usually has accompanying them when they visit a new place. Because, you can look up these days on Google, like information on hotels and restaurants. You no longer need the Lonely Planet guide, which gives you listings. Those listings are all available on the internet. And, with your smartphone, it's very easy to find where is the museum and opening hours. So you don't need that kind of practical information. But this is kind of giving you something that's much deeper and below just that kind of very practical information about travel, and giving you an insight, a glimpse into something deeper about, and hopefully exciting a kind of curiosity and creating an anticipation in the traveler of, oh, this is interesting, this sounds interesting, and then comparing your own experiences with the experiences I had, kind of like what you did, right? And what I was saying, we have a million different truths. So, maybe somebody goes in there and sees the toilets and has a different reaction, or experiences the food and has a different reaction. So, no, the point is really to whet appetites in an intelligent, in-depth way. So while it's not a comprehensive book, it's not a superficial book. I try to really back it up with detailed research. And I said 3 years of or 4 years of empirical experience of living in the country. It's not like you go for 2 months and come back and write the book. But at the same time, this should be the starting point. And then depending on your own interests, you might be more interested in haiku, you might be more interested in architecture, you might be more interested in the history of the Meiji Reformation, or whatever it is, then you can go deeper into that particular area. So this is a snapshot, hopefully, of contemporary Japan seen through Indian eyes, and written, I hope, in an accessible, funny, or relatable way.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's very, very entertaining to read. Sometimes it may offend some author, but I would like to say that your book is more of an entertainment and then of a knowledge, because information, But then when it is entertaining, when you start reading and you just go until end, automatically you are more interested in information. So it's kind of a dialogue-like book. I really appreciated that.
Thank you, Siddharth. That's lovely to hear. And I'm really glad to have the opportunity to talk to you, given how closely you seem to have read the book.
So my final question,
Yes.
because we have time constraint, otherwise I can go on talking with you, and someday maybe
next time
we'll talk. The final question is, what was the favorite part of this book? And then what is your next project? Is it something related to Japan or something else you are working on?
Okay, my favorite part of the book, this is a very difficult question because like I was saying earlier, when people say what is your favorite part of Japan is already hard enough, but favorite part of my book is really asking me to choose between my kids, right? But I guess the thing that I enjoy a lot are Japanese haiku. I like basho and isa, and I know this sounds very esoteric for many people who are maybe not so interested in medieval sort of early modern poetry, but I just feel that there is this really wonderful sense of suggestion. It's very evocative the way the haiku is written because it's very few words, and just from an image they try to convey a deeper, more profound truth. And I feel in some ways my book is a bit like that. I mean, it aspires to that because it's also suggesting and it's a snapshot, just like the haiku are. And to find the kind of haiku that were appropriate and sprinkle them throughout the book, connecting what I'm writing today to Japanese history, tradition, aesthetics. I really enjoyed that, and that sort of voyage of poetry and poetic discovery of haiku was maybe my favorite part of writing the book. And you asked about my next project. It's actually the Global Jigsaw. I think you've read some of the pieces. It's my weekly newsletter that I write on global culture and really trying to connect the dots between different parts of the world. I've been doing it since February this year, and every week I produce a personal essay on some aspect of global travel, global culture, global society, trying to talk about how we fit together in this world in a jigsaw, in a larger jigsaw.
Very, very interesting talking with you. It's really, really amazing that how keenly you observe the things and then write about them. And as you rightly say, you really connect those dots and produce something which is so entertaining, but as well as so much informative. Because people attention on a reading is slowly going down, but when they are interesting. But something when it is interesting, people do even today, right? I'm sure you must have experienced in Japan. There are still huge big bookshops which are disappearing from India, is a very, very sad fact. But in Japan there are still many bookshops and people do read books, and I'm sure this book will be also read by many people, and we are already going to give some copies of your book to few of our guests, those who read, we know, and they are interested in Japan. So that I think this is going to be a great gift for them. And
Thank you so much. Here's the cover of the book. And I hope many people who are watching this today are also inspired to go out and buy it. But thank you for this opportunity. And I'm very glad that some of the other panelists and guests will get the opportunity to have copies as well.
Definitely, absolutely. I hope to catch up with you some other time on some other forum or in person. But thank you so much for giving your 1 hour and being our guest at Konnichiwa Pune. Konnichiwa Pune is a platform where we connect Indian and Japanese enthusiastic people. Business come later. First we talk different aspects of life, and business automatically happens. That's what I believe. And see you soon. Thank you so much. You are free to stay back if you wish. And we will continue with the next session. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Thank you very much.
Yes, over to you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pallavi and Mr. Siddharth. It was really very exciting interview, and listening to your both conversation, it took me back to my memories when I was in Japan. Thank you so much. Following this, we are going towards our next session, again with the different experience and talking about Japan experience and opportunities. This will be by Mr. Nixon Joseph, CEO, CLT India, Children's Lovecast Trust, Bangalore, former President of Chief Operating Officer, SBI Foundation. Briefly introducing Mr. Nixon Joseph, he was also Manager Operation of SBI Bahrain and Chief Executive Officer of SBI Tokyo branch from 2008 to 2012. He is certified credit professional, certified banking compliances professional, and also certified information system banker. As a CEO of CLT India, he is driving the digital STEAM education initiatives, which has already been implemented in 4,200 schools and benefited by 2.6 million students. He is the recipient of Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Award 2018 for Excellence in Public Service and Dr. Kalam Memorial Ignited Minds Award. Over to you, Nixon Joseph, sir.
Konnichiwa Pune 2021. Arigato gozaimasu for inviting me to this event. I was looking forward for this Konnichiwa Pune 2021 for the last so many days because I hold Japan very, very close to my heart. So anything related to Japan, anything related to Japanese, all these I look forward with a lot of interest and enthusiasm. Japan, of course, is a very, very fascinating country. Friendship between India and Japan has a long history, rooted in spiritual affinity and strong cultural and civilizational ties. When I was studying in grade 2 or 3 in my school days, we read a book as part of history or geography, I don't remember, where it was mentioned that Japan was a country which was in ashes after the Second World War. And from there, it arose like a phoenix and became one of the developed countries in the world. Since those days, I think when I would have been 7 or 8 years at that time, it was in my dreams to visit Japan, to see this country, which with its hard work and discipline, grew after World War II to be one of the fascinating countries in the world. Luckily, I got an assignment as a Chief Executive Officer of Tokyo branch of State Bank of India. And I consider myself very fortunate that I could spend 4 years in Japan. From the moment you land at Narita Airport, Japan, you are transformed into a different world. I found the customs people there, the immigration people there, all of them offering the highest of customer service. I would tell least harassment. I enjoyed every bit of moving within Narita Airport. The first impression gives lasting impression. The first impression of Japan, as you land in Narita Airport, Tokyo, was awesome. I was just thinking, if you are treated like a VIP, or if you are treated with a lot of respect at the airport itself, what is awaiting you outside the airport. And I would tell that the 4 years I spent in Japan gave me a very interesting experience. Great learnings about how a country can bring ease of life, ease of living. All of us, we get carried away by the ranking, ease of doing business ranking. I would always appreciate if we had an ease of living ranking, because that is more important than ease of doing business. And I would tell, if there is any agency which measures ease of living, Japan would be ranking very, very high. Throughout my 4 years, I found living was so easily, without any hassle. I've never seen such a disciplined, punctual people. In fact, discipline and punctuality, and even politeness in public life has been integrated into the Japanese culture. It has amazed me like anything. Even if you are like lost your way or anything, you are not able to find any location. If you just ask any Japanese, you would be amazed. You would be humbled by the way he or she responds, taking you to that place by themselves, guiding you properly. You get a great feeling of humanity when you interact with a Japanese. I'm so very carried away by the politeness, the culture of bowing, that even after being repatriated to India, I have made it a habit of bowing wherever it demands. Because I read recently somewhere, one question asked to a monk, how can you be tall? And the response was, the monk just bowed and went away. So bowing is an act of giving respect to the individuals, giving respect to humanity. And in Japan, you see people bowing everywhere to show their respect to the work, to the office, to compatriots, to other citizens, etc. Everyone knows Japan is a country with the least crimes, very safe place. And I have seen policemen so friendly, so helpful. I have not seen such traits in policemen in any part of the world. Yes, I have seen in one part of India. I have seen it in Mizoram. Mizoram police I have seen are very, very friendly and guiding like the police in Japan. Cab drivers. You hire any taxi, you find the cab drivers treating you very courteously. And many a time it has occurred to me that when they are not able to find the location because of their lapse, they switch off the meter so that they don't charge us. Where in the world we will find such kind of courtesy? Another good aspect I liked about Japanese is their non-obsession with religion. I used to ask my colleagues, what is your religion? And I found them flabbergasted. They were asking, they were confused, and finally they told, no, we don't have any religion. Without religion, the country is living very, very peacefully. Without the support of religion, the country has developed so much. Without religion, we see the Japanese community as a group of people who are so polite and so humble, so helpful. I think if you use the yardstick of honesty, you can't defeat the Japanese. Because if you lose something in Japan, you're sure to get it back. My friend who had visited Tokyo Tower lost his wallet with $1,000, and he was so amazed that he got it the next day with $1,000. Be it hygiene, I have never seen any country that can compete with Japan when it comes to hygiene. I have seen school children, they chew after the chewing gum, they don't throw here and there or rub it against the wall and all. They carry it in their bag and take it home and dispose it in the dustbin. What I liked about the Japanese school system is that the initial few years are spent to teach the child how to be a good citizen, how to behave when seniors are there, what are the duties of a citizen, how to be disciplined, how to take care of hygiene, how to take care of the environment, etc. What a great learning they are giving to the children. And no wonder that wherever the Japanese go, they try to keep their premises very, very clean. It is a foodie's paradise, and I find Japan provides all sorts of legal entertainment. All sorts of entertainment are legalized in Japan. Natural beauty, you can't beat Japan. Lot of natural scenery, greenery. And the greatest thing is the people themselves try to conserve the environment, protect the environment, see that the premises they are in is clean, is hygienic, and also preserving things. And I would travel to many countries and have seen a country which respects India so much, respects Indians so much. Wherever you go, you find Indians are respected. During the 4 years in Japan, I couldn't find any kind of discrimination, be it in terms of race, religion, language, etc. I'd share with everyone that every Friday we had some dinner party with colleagues, all the Japanese colleagues in some izakaya in Japan. So I have very, very fond memories, very interesting memories of my days in Japan. I used to run marathons, and I found that in Japan, people take care of the body like anything. Even 60 or 70 or 80 or 90-year-old people, both men and women, I have seen them running the Tokyo Marathon, Osaka Marathon, or any marathon. They're taking care of the body like anything, working out, swimming, cycling, walking, jogging, etc. I have been so much inspired to take marathon running in a serious manner. And to those who are not familiar about marathon, the full marathon, which is 42.195 kilometers, the Tokyo Marathon receives more than 300,000 applications to run the full marathon. More than 300,000 applications, and they take only 30,000 candidates for running, and they decided by way of lottery. I'm very proud. I won the lottery all the 4 years I was there and participated in Tokyo Marathon, in Osaka Marathon, Kyoto Marathon, Hokkaido Marathon, etc. What I liked about running in Tokyo or Osaka, etc. is the onlookers, the spectators, those who want watchers are running, they cheer you like anything. They give you water, they give you sweets, they give you toffees. They encourage you so much that gambate kudasai, and cheer you up so that you complete the marathon with ease. Never enjoyed running marathon anywhere than in Japan. I would tell India and Japan have a long history of cordial relations. The two countries have never been adversaries. The bilateral ties between India and Japan have been free of any kind of dispute, be it territorial, be it cultural, be it ideological. And Japan has been one country which has been a friend of India for so many decades. India has also reciprocated it. And I would tell that this augurs well to have very strong relations between the two countries. And it is happening, it is evolving. In fact, the sole dissenting voice of Judge Radha Vinod Pal at the War Crimes Tribunal has struck a deep chord among the Japanese public that continues even to this day. That's why wherever I went during the 4 years, I found Japanese have high regard for India. In fact, the transformational development in the economic history of India was the Suzuki Motor Corporation of Japan's investment in India in the early 1980s that revolutionized the automobile sector, bringing in advanced technology and management ethics to India. And when it comes to management ethics, I still remember when I was in Cochin as a part of State Bank of India, credit manager, we had supported one company called Kerala Chemicals Proteins, which was in collaboration with Mitsubishi Japan. And I was very proud when, or I was very taken aback when the employees of that company told me that all the top Japanese executives, be it the general manager, the managing director, or CEO or directors, all of them have food in the canteen for the employees to ensure that the quality of food is good for top executives as well as the junior colleagues and employees. What a great thought. What an ethical feeling is this. What a caring for junior level employees is this. This is the management ethics which Japanese can bring to India. And I will not go into various agreements which have been signed between India and Japan. A lot of agreements have been made for greater collaboration between the countries, because these are two countries which can come together and bring change. In fact, India is the largest democracy in Asia, and Japan is the most prosperous country in Asia. So if these two countries come together, it can create wonders. Recently, the memorandum signed with India and Japan provides Indian skilled workers enhanced job opportunities to work in Japan. That is, skilled workers in the areas of agriculture, automobile, aviation, building cleaning, construction, fisheries, electronics, food services, material processing, nursing care, shipbuilding, etc. So there are a lot of opportunities for Indian human resources to go to Japan and support development there in these sectors. I have been in Japan for 4 years, and what I understood is that Japanese language, learning of Japanese language, proficiency in Japanese language is very, very important to have an easy living there. I had a basic knowledge of Japanese and I could manage, but I would tell for all Indians who wish to go to Japan to have to acquire very good proficiency in Japanese language. We have a lot of institutes in India to provide a lot of training in language. And I recently had like a discussion with one institute in Guwahati, the Japan Center of Excellence, JCs, promoted by Rajiv San, who is providing training in Japanese language and also facilitating candidates to go in Japan and continue studies in universities. As the population in Japan is declining, there is possibility for skilled workers from India to go to Japan and have a very good career and life. Some areas which are like, I will not go into the areas which have been exposed by the agreements or memorandum signed between the two countries. I will just touch about some aspects, opportunities which came into my mind from my personal experience being in Japan and being in also Northeast India. I find that in the healthcare sector, there is a lot of opportunities for Indians to find a career in Japan. Because as the population comes down and the percentage of senior citizens goes up in the demography, there is a possibility for Indians who are specialized, who have skills in healthcare, to get very good career opportunities in Japan. And why Japan, I tell you, is because it offers the best living standards, the best form of life. And as I told you, the greatest ease of living with a lot of savings potential also, in spite of the fact that the cost of living is very high. And what I find is healthcare is one sector where India can support Japan. Another sector which already a lot of youths are going to Japan is the IT sector. I find IT sector, research and development, healthcare are the three sectors which can attract a lot of qualified youth from India. And I would tell all the youth to give a try, because you are taken into a country which will offer you best living standards. And as I told, Japanese language, it is always better and it is necessary to acquire skills in Japanese language. There are a lot of institutes, be it in Pune or even in Northeast, as I told you, in Guwahati also. We have institutes which provide coaching in Japanese, to acquiring Japanese language. Why Northeast is because I emphasis on Northeast is because I have been working in Northeast for the last, for almost 10 to 12 years, and I have seen the culture, Northeast culture, the culture in Japan, and I find all both aligned. The food habits in Northeast, the bland taste of food, everything is similar to what we find in Japan. And Northeast is having a very good population of percentage of youths with English language proficiency. You go to Northeast, you find organic agricultural products, fruits, vegetables. In fact, the most tastiest oranges, fruits, pineapples I have seen in Northeast, lychees available in very cheap. But due to lack of investment, the agricultural processing is not happening in the way it should be. So there is an opportunity here for Japanese organizations, Japanese investment to do it, invest in Northeast, so that one, raw materials like fruits, agriculture products can be exported to Japan, and also we can do investment for agriculture and fruit processing. Because I have found in India the highest quality of fruits, vegetables are there in Northeast. But for all those youths who want to go to Japan, and I will tell you some things which you have to get prepared. One is Japanese language. Second is punctuality, compliance with the timelines. I have never seen any other country which has made punctuality as part of their culture. You go to office anywhere, if you tell that you will be at that place at 10 o'clock, I have seen all of them being there at 9:59 and then just entering the office at 10. Such kind of punctuality, such kind of discipline we have to develop. Suppose we tell we will export, we will give the products by 31st of December or some such timeline. We have to adhere to the timelines, because adhering to timelines is part of Japanese culture. I really enjoyed being part of it because I love to be in such ecosystems where timelines are kept, where people are disciplined, people obey the laws, and people like whatever process. I found one thing in the Japanese office and all, they give due importance to process. The chalta hai attitude, which we find in many places here, may not find you successful in Japan. In Japan, there is no chalta hai. It's all compliance with quality, compliance with timelines. Why I shared all these is that Japan and India are two countries which can come together, which have been for years. If you see history, various phases, they have been having excellent cordial relations. Now agreements, MOUs have been signed at the highest level between India and Japan to provide job opportunities, provide opportunities for development for both sides. So if we have to make best use of it, we have to also keep in mind what the Japanese ecosystem requires. The punctuality, the language proficiency, the discipline, and overall, I will stop with this, the politeness. You can't beat Japanese in customer service. I don't think any country can compete with them when it comes to customer service. I have seen in any shop you go, from morning to evening, the customer sales girl or sales boy would be smiling at you, replying to all your queries politely. And I will conclude by telling that by knowing more about Japan, we should also see that some of the good points like the Japanese work culture is imported into India, and all of us, even one person or two, everyone, like whoever possible, should try to adopt it and practice it so that it becomes a wave in India, and we will have such a rich work culture. Arigato gozaimasu, Konnichiwa Pune, for this opportunity. I think I spoke so much only because I love India, I love Japan. Thank you.
Arigato gozaimasu, Mr. Joseph-san. And it was really truly well said that chalta hai attitude is really not accepted in Japan. Time, discipline, punctuality is really a core part of Japanese culture. And if anyone wants to go to Japan, work in Japan, they really need to get it to hands-on practice. Thank you very much. Arigatou gozaimashita. Moving towards next session, we are going to have a furoshiki demo, another cultural part of Japan. Moving towards the next session, I would like to again remember you that we have also a stage 2 where simultaneous sessions are going on, and those are really very interesting. You can go to konnichiwa.ijbc.org and check the link for stage 2 and go to the session. As we need some of preparation for furoshiki demo, we will take few minutes and get back to you. Thank you for being with us. Our furoshiki demo is ready. I'll just briefly introduce Mr. Kazuko Barsik. She is going to perform a furoshiki demo today. Kazuko Barsik, a Japanese professional calligrapher of Shodo and master of Ura Senke Sado, the Japanese traditional tea serving ceremony, and an advisor in hospitality and robotics. Some of you must seen the stage 2. She was already performing a session on omotenashi. It was really insightful. She has developed her expertise in the hospitality industry through more than 20 years of experience in Japan, Croatia, UAE, and India. Also has been invited as a guest speaker lecturer by Timavi and ADYPU, Ajinkya D.Y. Patil University, to their conferences focusing on India's future in hospitality and tourism industry. Ms. Barsik has also been devoted in robotics as humanoid robot builder since 2011, who has led the Japanese team and participated herself as a contestant in the renowned international robotics competition in USA, Robo Games, and South Korea IRC International Robot Contest. I guess Ms. Kazuko is already ready. Over to you, Kazuko-san. Yoroshiku onegai shimasu.
Yes, thank you for waiting, ladies and gentlemen. Very good afternoon or very good evening. Now we are going to make a brief presentation and demonstration about furoshiki. It's an art of wrapping. Let me just share the screen first. Okay, is it visible now?
Yes, it's visible.
Thank you. So we're going to show you how to wrap things economically and eco-friendly. Furoshiki is a Japanese word. So we are going to show you the beauty of wrapping by Kazuko Sensei. She is an expert in furoshiki. And I'm just going to go through a brief, very short presentation about furoshiki. It's a beauty of wrapping and art of wrapping, yes. Some variety of designs and fabrics, of course, available. And in India, so much more, even. Some are like this. Yeah. So much of variety and design and its size as well. Normally, it's in a square form, but sometimes rectangular as well. Look at this. Even in Doraemon, it appeared furoshiki itself. All right. So let's say no more plastic bags from today anymore, because furoshiki can wrap virtually anything. Okay? All right. Now, over to Sensei.
皆さん、こんにちは。そしてこんばんは。風呂敷はですね、非常に、美しい、布でもって包むわけなんですけども、包むときに何を包むかによって、そして素材ですとか、それから、シーズンによっていろんなバラエティがあります。インドに行きましてとてもハッピーなことにインドでは美しい布がたくさんあふれています。
So we are going to show you the wrapping. The furoshiki itself is a cloth. It's a very simple cloth. You can choose any cloth that you have in your home. And there is a variety of beauty in India as well. For example, Kazuko Sensei is now showing one cloth, which is a part of old sari, a part of it. And she's showing one more cloth. It's a shawl that you may have variety of. Now she's showing some of the traditional, typical furoshikis. This is one of them. This is typical furoshiki, yes, being used or displayed even on the Oshogatsu, which is the New Year festivals, or some other occasion, of course, maybe. A typical furoshiki, which is a little larger in size. So this large size furoshiki can wrap and carry like bedspreads and blankets and so forth. Now she's going to make from the furoshiki cloth a bag, a carrying bag. Just take a look. Just watch how to make it. It's very simple and easy. To make a triangle first on the top and the sides. One of the sides on the bottom can be make a knot. One time only. Just one knot, simple knot. The other side as well. Same way. Make the same lengths and make a knot. Now 2 knots there. Put them together inside and turn over. 2 knots are inside it. Then the other two sides can be, yes, make a knot there, connect them twice to make it firm, and it's done. You can just put things in it. Just as simple as that. And how to carry it? Yes, on your shoulder, right? Like a shoulder bag. It can contain anything. You can put a big round, what is that? Watermelon or something like that. And from here, you can also make it, untie the knot on the top and make it tight, and the two ends can be connected again. Then that can become a handle of the bag. That can become the handle of the bag. So it's so simple, easy, making a carrying bag from a cloth. And it's, yes, very well closed with the safety, and carry just like a handbag. Isn't that nice? Very simple. It is all made from a cloth. And this particular cloth that she carries is an Indian made. She said it is her favorite cloth. Now furoshiki. One more variation. Untie the knot. Making it flat again. She's now changing the cloth. Yeah, it's a simple square cloth. All four sides, four corners maybe, make a knot, each one of them. One. Second knot here. And the third corner, make just one single knot. The last one. Make equally the size and the lengths in all four corners. Now you have four knots, and two of them, grab two of them and connect them together, making one knot, and second time to make it firm. Other two, there are other two. Also connect them together by two knots. Now it has become a very small carrying bag. Small size carrying bag. You can, carry anything, mobile phones or some pochette or anything else. And this cross can be made out of the old clothings. Any kulti can be converted into furoshiki as well. The point is just to making a knot in every corner and get them together, connect them together, make a hand like a handle and carry them. Very simple. That is what furoshiki is for. Here is another cloth that she's showing right now. It is made out of an old kimono, worn out kimono, and part of that is cut and made it as furoshiki. Now two sides, put them together, make a knot twice. Okay. Then the other two sides, the corners, I mean, get together, make a knot 2 times, make it firm. This is the easiest way to make one bag. Anything you can put them inside. And carry, just simple as that. So, see, it's so easy and simple. You may have all the old stuffs like old clothings, any shawls, anything that you have in your home, just bring them out and make one square cloth, stitching the 4 sides, and that's it. It can be used as furoshiki anytime. And depending on your clothing and attire, you can change the design, fabric, size, depending on what you carry. Here is one very typical basket that you can find anywhere in India, right? Now let's use that basket together with the furoshiki, how it can become. Here is one furoshiki. It is 100 years old kimono made out of that. So it's a recycling. See, we are talking about not just wrapping art, but it's a recycling of the old. Yes, and it is reversible. 2 sides, different design and color. So you can make it recycled to become a furoshiki cloth. Now, using that furoshiki, place the basket on the center and one corner inside the basket. Look at that way. One other side. Inside the basket as well, folding just a little bit, and holding the other two sides firmly, and those two corners on the right and left, get them a knot. Make a one knot. Make one knot there on one side. And the other side is free. Then get two sides together. And make a knot. Then this plain basket can be a carryable basket, right? You can carry any fruits or sweets, whatever, you can put inside and carry them. And you can just make it a gift to your guest or whoever you want to deliver. And we encourage you to use these old clothes as furoshiki and do not use any plastic bags. See? As India grows up, the waste will be more. Now she's going to demonstrate a very typical wrapping and carrying of the two bottles of whatever you may call it. It's a very simple cloth. It's an old one as well. Is that Indian as well? Yes, it is from India. It's a little larger in size. So you just see the center part. And there are two bottles of wines. Now empty, of course, but you don't have to carry empty bottles. You have to carry the full bottles. Then get two bottles together. You can just keep one space for your palm, this fist. Then lay them down. Lay them down. Be careful, it's going to roll out. And cover from one side. Then just roll on, just to see how. Rolling on and get together. And those last two sides, ends can be connected. This cloth was a little larger for those two bottles. So she's going to make some arrangements. It can be simply just connecting and tie two sides together, but she's going to make a little more arrangements. Twisting, look at that, twisting, and make it tight. Connect them together. And you can carry those two wine bottles safely. and beautifully. Isn't that nice? Because of the wrapping by cloth, it is safer. The next, she's going to demonstrate one wrapping to make it a little more artistic. So much for the wines. But any bottles can be. Here is one cloth that was made by herself. Let's say some clothings to carry. So put them in the center. Put anything that you want to carry in the center. One fold, another fold from the other side. Oh, make, what do you call it? Gather. That, okay, gathering, gather. Make a gather. Okay. Anybody has a elastic band? Anybody has elastic band, hair band, anything? No, okay. It can be used just simply to make it tight. See, if you have the just elastic band or any hair band or something, you can just put it in there and make it tight. And this looks like a flower, isn't it? You can put a ribbon also to make it a gift wrapping. So furoshiki can be used as a gift wrapping and just a carry bag in place of all the bags or plastic bags. One last demonstration about this furoshiki. She's going to make a backpack using a little larger size furoshiki. Make one triangle and the top two ends can be connected like that with a little length, the same size, the both, and one end of the triangle can be tightened by 2 knots. Other side as well, the end of the triangle can be connected with the top end, tightening by 2 knots. Now she's going to put something inside, like the basket, and with the claws, furoshiki, any clothings together. Yeah, almost everything in it. It has a great capacity if you use a large size of furoshiki. Now you can see the two knots that you made can become those handles. It's like, yes, backpack. Yes. So this can be varied by the size and the design. Also, it's a very important point, right? So we have done this demonstration, and this final wrapping is to carry everything back. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kazuko-san, Isogai-san. What an amazing performance. Furoshiki can not only be used in day-to-day life, but again, we can use for gifting. It was really inspiring and definitely amazing performance. Thank you very much. Now, following with this, with an interesting performance, we are again going to have another interesting performance. You can say a Kathak dance by a Japanese Kathak dancer, Miss Hiroko Sara, who is Mumbai-based Japanese singer and dancer. I will briefly introduce her. Hiroko Sara is a Japanese singer, songwriter, and dancer staying in Mumbai, India for 9.5 years. She came to India for learning dancing in 2011. Since then, she settled in India and contributing performance of dancing. She awarded with Visharat BA of Indian Classical Kathak Dance, which is a heritage and cultural tradition of India. Under the guidance of Guruji, Srimati Jayanti Mala Mishra ji from Sri Sukhdev Maharaj ji, Banaras Gharana. Also, she works as a multilingual singer, songwriter who sings Japanese, English, and Hindi on solo song and collaboration projects with other artists in India. She did the first Hindi song, Atma Vishwas, Believe in Yourself, collaborated with a Indian rapper, got the first place of dance top music video on Apple Music. Mystic Jonitsu is the English and Japanese song collaborated with Indian rapper again and music producer. Music video of the song was shot in Tokyo, Japan and Mumbai, India. She's joining us with all the way from Mumbai online. Hiroko-san, yoroshiku onegai shimasu.
Yes, お願いします。Hello everyone, my name is Hiroko Sara. I'm from Japan and I have been living in Mumbai, India for 9.5 years. I'm an artist of Indian classical Kathak dance and a singer as well. I have been performing Kathak dance for 10.5 years. I came to India to learn Kathak dance. I'm learning Hindi also. When I came to India for the first time in 2011, I didn't know about Hindi at all. But because I had to talk to my Guruji of the Kathak dance in Hindi, so I started learning Hindi. 皆さん、こんにちは。ひろこさらです。インド・ムンバイに9年半住んでいます。インド古典舞踊カタックのダンサー、そしてシンガーでもあります。インドでカタックダンスを10年半踊っています。2011年、ダンス修行のためにインドに来ました。インドの連邦公用語で主に北インドで話される言語ヒンディー語も学んでいます。インドに来た当初はヒンディー語は全くわからなかったんですけれども、カタックダンスの師匠とヒンディー語で話す必要があるため、ヒンディー語を学び始めました。 Kathak dance is one of Indian classical dance arts. It is very beautiful and graceful dance, but very difficult. During performance, Kathak dance, I'm wearing the heavy gungru with 200 bells on feet. The gungru is a type of musical anklet in order to intensify the rhythmic acoustic of the feet. My Guruji is Srimati Jayanti Maramishraji. She is the daughter of the famous Nritya Samragini Kathak queen Srimati Sitara Devi Ji from Benares Gharana of Shri Acharya Pandit Sukhdev Maharaj Ji. カタックダンスはインド古典舞踊の一つで、美しくてとても優雅なダンスです。でもとても難しいです。両足に200個の鈴がついた重いグングルというミュージカルアンクレットを巻いて踊ります。カタックダンスを踊っている間、グングルをつけた足でステップを踏んで、リズミカルなサウンドを奏でます。私のカタックダンスの師匠はシリマティ・ジャヤンティ・マラ・ミシュラジーです。有名なカタッククイーンのシュリマティ・シタラ・デビー・ジーの娘さんで、シュリ・アチャリア・パンディット・スクデブ・マハラジ・ジーのバナーラス流派の正統派後継者でもあります。Every year, I give an exam of Kathak dance. I have to read and write from Hindi book to prepare for the exam. This year, finally, I got Visharat, which is BA in Kathak dance. 毎年カタックダンスの試験があるんですけれども、こちらヒンディー語の本を読み書きして勉強します。今年ついにビシャラトというレベルの試験に合格して、カタックダンスの BA、こちら大学卒業レベルの資格を取得しました。Now, I present Kathak dance in Chaturang, which I learned from my Guruji. Chaturang, Chatur means four, and Ang means parts. Chaturang has 4 parts: Khayal, Tarana, Sargam, and Trivata, of the composition set in Rag and Tal. Today's song is about Krishna Gopi Ras Leela. This divine dance, also known as Ras Leela, is born out of pure love and devotion. これから皆さんにカタックダンスパフォーマンスの映像をご覧いただきます。本日は師匠から教えていただいたチャトラングという演目を踊っています。チャトゥルは4、アングはパーツという意味で、チャトラングにはラーガとタールで構成された4つのパート、カヤル、タラナ、サルガム、ティルバタがあります。本日の演目はヒンドゥー教の神様クリシュナと牛飼いの女性ゴーピーのラースリーラ、純粋な愛と献身から生まれた神聖なダンスです。Now, please enjoy my Kathak dance performance. それではインド古典舞踊カタックダンスをお楽しみください。
Sorry, I guess there is some technical issue. We are restarting the video.
महाराजा जी को अपने नृत्य द्वारा अपने जन्मदिवस पर अपने श्रद्धा उनके चरणों में समर्पित कर रही हूँ। मैं आप लोगों के सामने कथक नृत्य प्रस्तुत करूंगी। आचार्य पंडित श्री सुखदेव महाराज जी पंडित श्री दच्चू महाराज जी के कजिन ब्रदर थे। मेरे गुरुजी श्रीमती जयंती मारा मिश्रा जी अक्सर अपनी माता कथक समलैनी श्रीमती सीतारा देवी जी के साथ मुंबई में उनके निवास स्थान पर बड़ी छोटी उम्र में जाया करती थी और अपने नाना के गोद पर बैठकर उनके नाच बताने की सारा खुरियाएं देखा करती थी। यह रोज ही वहाँ पर श्रीमती सीतारा देवी जी या तो वहीं ठहर जाती थी, नहीं तो Thank you so much, everyone.
What a lovely dance performance by Miss Hiroko. Thank you very much. どうもありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
とても楽しかったです。
よかったです。
So we are going to conclude for the day.
Yes.
This was the last performance, but not the least definitely, because we are going to come back tomorrow again on the
Yes.
same time morning at 10 a.m. We
Yes.
are again going to have very interesting sessions on stage 1 and stage 2 as well. Please join at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. If you want to have link again, you can go to konnichiwa.ijbc.org and check the links for stage 1, stage 2 with the schedule. Thank you very much. どうもありがとうございました。